मिक्सर में बंद रहेगा क्या?
क्यों?
ये किसने बंद किया था?
बोलो।
ये बंद किसने किया था?
मैंने बंद किया था क्योंकि मेरा ये VRX भी आ रहा था जब मैं चेक कर रहा था।
इस मिक्सर से क्या प्रॉब्लम है? इस मिक्सर का तो आपको कोई इंटरेक्शन ही नहीं है। इसमें कैसे ऐड किया आपने? ये तो मेरा मेन मिक्सर का लाइन आउट है, इससे तो आपको कुछ लेना देना है नहीं।
अच्छा,
मेन मिक्सर तो वहाँ पे है।
ठीक है, मेरे को उन्होंने बोला था कि
नहीं 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 यार, एक बार
डिले
पूछ
लगा
के
हुआ है।
प्लीज।
ठीक है,
छोटा एनालॉग मिक्सर है, पता नहीं लगा कौन सा बटन ऑन है कौन सा ऑफ है यार।
चेक।
ये खाली लाइन आउट हमारे उसके लिए है, मिक्स के लिए।
चेक 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 चेक। हेलो।
ये लगा दिया क्या? स्पीकर लग गया? एक सेकंड नहीं रुकना पड़ेगा।
चेक 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 चेक। हेलो हेलो। चेक 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 चेक।
नहीं ठीक है, उल्टा ठीक है, छोटा इसमें क्या है, सेट बनेगा
साला इसलिए बोल रहा था थोड़ा करने के लिए, जबरदस्ती साला करवा दिया। ओए P2 कार्ड
चेक चेक हेलो हेलो क्या बात है किशोर, बहुत बढ़िया।
दो रिकॉर्ड
हेलो
हेलो
check, 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 check. Check, check, check. 1, 2. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. अब बंद है रावत जी? अब गया? अभी गया ना उसमें से? हटा।
अरे पीछे मत, अब बोल, ऑन कर उसको।
हेलो हेलो चेक हेलो हेलो चेक 1 2 3
क्या हुआ इसमें? माइक में नहीं है यार। अगर ऐसा होगा तो हो जाएगा ना।
Check 1. Check, check, check.
चेक हेलो चेक 1 2 3 चेक इसी की वजह से हेलो चेक 1 2 3 चेक 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 1 2 3 चेक 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 हेलो हेलो चेक 1 2 3 चेक
हमारी तरफ से नहीं है यार, ये वहाँ से कुछ कर रहे होंगे, इसके पीछे हम उठा रखा होगा ना इसे। अरे वो ये कर रहे होंगे ना यार, इसका पीछे हम इससे आ रहे हैं ना।
check check 1 2 3 check 1 2 3 hello 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 check 1 2 3 hello 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 check 1 2 3 check
Check 1 1. फिट है? हैंडल 1 का है? हेलो हेलो
एक से 5 तक ऑप्शन आ रहे हैं ना, ये तो 8 नंबर, ये तो दूसरे ऑप्शन आ रहे हैं। नहीं तो ये तो अलग ऑप्शन आ रहा होगा ना, वो अलग। 8 नंबर लगाओ। अभी भी यार पहले नहीं आ रही थी, पहले नहीं आ रही थी, अभी गई।
हेलो 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 हेलो।
अच्छा तो फिर तो इश्यू कुछ और है। मिक्स में सही आ रहा है।
हेलो हेलो हेलो। हाँ,
ये क्या है?
हेलो हेलो हेलो। चेक चेक।
तो मिक्स ही सुन रहे हैं ना। इसको बंद करेगा।
अभी मिक्स मास्टर है, यहाँ से जा रहा
कौन सा ऑक्स है इसका? ऑक्स कौन सा जा रहा है?
है। अभी तो मैं आपको मिक्सर में सुना रहा हूँ ना, आपको ऑक्स से क्या
अरे
लेना
मैं
है?
इसके पीछे ऑक्स में देख रहा हूँ ना, जो ऑक्स में आ रहे नहीं आ रहे।
ऑक्स 3 कर लो आप।
हेलो 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 हेलो
आ रहा है पर उतना तो नहीं है।
हेलो हेलो।
उसको बोल। उससे बात कर।
हेलो। ठीक है। हेलो। हाँ।
क्या क्या डिसाइड करोगे? कैसे करना है? नहीं मतलब आप ठीक है, बताइए ना।
Hi. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
चल रहा है म्यूजिक, बंद हो गया। कर बड़ा, थोड़ा सा बड़ा। हाँ, चेक 1 2 3 1 2 3 चेक 1 2 3 चेक चेक चेक। अभी तक आनंद के उससे करवाता हूँ, 2-4 लाइन बुलवाता हूँ। आनंद आनंद आनंद, just say a few lines.
Check 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Hello and welcome. Good to have you all here at Indian of the Year Awards.
अपना माइक डाउन कर।
Play Ranveer dance music, play Arjun dance music.
ये अभी देंगे ना हमें।
अगर आप बोलो तो उसी का म्यूजिक चलेगा। हाँ, वो फिक्स नहीं होगा। कैटेगरी जिसमें नॉमिनीज है वो अपना अलग म्यूजिक है, जो बेस्ट म्यूजिक है, आउटस्टैंडिंग और स्पेशल का अपना है, डांस का अपना है, बस 3 कैटेगरी।
मैं वो पूछ रहा था आपसे।
हेडसेट उनको दे दें,
Stay tuned. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022?
माइक ऑन नहीं है।
चेक क्या ब्रो सुना, पहले तो मेरे इन ईयर्स पे कीबोर्ड कम कर, बहुत लाउड है। बजा नहीं यार, इन ईयर्स निहाल के भी इन ईयर्स पे कम कर। नहीं ड्रॉप करना, स्लाइटली मेरे इन ईयर्स पे भी कम होगा, कम होगा, कम ड्रॉप होगा, बहुत ज्यादा होगा, थोड़ा बड़ा बस। अभी ऊपर का कीबोर्ड चेक कर, नहीं ऊपर का कीबोर्ड, चालू ही नहीं है बेसिकली।
लेवल पुश करो। ऑलराइट, चेक नाउ। कांट हियर यू ब्रो। मैंने इन ईयर पहना हुआ है। नाउ या ऑलराइट, इट्स 25 ब्रो। 50% लेवल करो। या लाउड है।
हेलो 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 1 2 3 4 5 हेलो 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 1 2 3 4 5 हेलो हेलो हेलो
हेलो। एक रिक्वेस्ट है गाइस, एक मिनट, एक रिक्वेस्ट है, अभी ये बैंड चेक खत्म होने तक प्लीज कोई भी कुछ मत बोलो।
सर ठीक है। हेलो हेलो,
नहीं तो मेरे को यहाँ से सब म्यूट करना पड़ेगा।
हाँ सर ओके ठीक है ना।
कीबोर्ड जो है गिटार्स के इन ईयर्स पे कम करिए दोनों। अमन, इन ईयर्स हैं आपके पास? एक सेकेंड, पहले मैं अपना इन ईयर सेट कर लूँ निल्सन। हाँ ऑलराइट। हर्षद, कैन यू प्ले किक हैट स्नेयर? किक हैट स्नेयर नीचे जाएगा इन ईयर्स पे ना मेरे। परफेक्ट। बाबा कैन यू चेक सैम्पलर? सैम्पलर चेक कर रहे हैं मेरे इन ईयर्स पे। कम होगा थोड़ा। परफेक्ट। एक सेकंड बस मैं चेक कर लेता हूँ कीबोर्ड्स के साथ। मेरे इन ईयर्स पे बॉटम बढ़ेगा। लेवल अप होगा मेरे इन ईयर्स पे कीबोर्ड का। मेरे की
It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022?
सानू एक पल चैन न आवे सजना तेरे बिना सजना तेरे बिना हो सानू एक पल चैन न आवे हो सानू एक पल चैन न आवे सजना तेरे बिना सजना तेरे बिना साडा गलियां जीवी ना लगना सजना तेरे बिना सजना तेरे बिना सजना तेरे बिना इससे ढोलक बढ़ेगा ढोलक के पलटे में ढोलक बढ़ेगी
It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022? It's time for India's most awaited news event of the year. Who will be the CNN-News18 Allu?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you. Welcome to the biggest news event of the year. A very warm welcome to Indian of the Year 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and privilege to host all of you for this special evening, the 12th edition of the Indian of the Year. And once again, I extend our special thanks to all of you for being a part of this evening. And before we begin this evening, can we have a huge round of applause for all you lovely audience, all the people. Thank you so much for being a part of the evening today. The pandemic brought the world to a screeching halt, but here we are today, once again to honor the journey of Indians whose contribution cuts an edge above the rest. Today we celebrate those who strengthen a nation's belief in itself, who shine the brightest with their colossal achievements. The entrepreneurs who created the startup ecosystem and created unicorns during the economic gloom and doom. And icons from the world of cinema that have constantly metamorphosed to respond to the dynamically changing social realities. The stories of growth, grit, perseverance, innovation, and ambition that fuel our nation's development shall be honored on this very stage today, ladies and gentlemen. So today we celebrate the Indians of the Year, and we begin this evening. I am right now going to thank our sponsors, our presenting partner RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, co-presenting partner Reliance Industries Limited, associated partners Policy Bazaar, Canara Bank, Signature Global. We'd also like to give you a polite reminder. Please don't forget to use the hashtag Indian of the Year for your social media stories. If you put out these things on Twitter, use the hashtag for this coveted event, Indian of the Year. Well, let's also tell you a little bit more about the theme. The entrepreneurs who will be honored here today, the climate change warriors, or the startup stories that we're about to share with all of you. These are people who often work in the background without much noise. They contribute to our ecosystem, whether it's our social changes, economic changes, or leading forward the path in the entertainment industry. All these people who have worked relentlessly, tirelessly, and fueled the nation's growth without much fanfare, without really hitting the headlines. These are the names that CNN-News18 Indian of the Year today attempts to honor. And perhaps on this stage, you will hear a lot of stories which are about the growth, grit, and determination, and more so, Griha, in the age of the pandemic, when it was so difficult for all of us to hold it all together.
Absolutely. Anusha, we are coming back after 4 years, so it is a grand celebration for us, and this is something that we're truly looking forward to. The entire team of CNN News 18 and Network 18 has presented this, and we're really, really glad that all of you could be a part of this evening. Thank you so much once again for being here.
And as we begin today's evening, here's the story that I'd like to reiterate, that CNN News 18 is the #1 television news channel. We have continued to maintain our dominance for the last 24 weeks, ladies and gentlemen, and not just on television, Reha, also on YouTube. That's the story that CNN News 18 presents, a story of leadership. Playing it out for you.
this is danger at our border.
Lawrence Bishnoi plotted Moosewala's murder.
India's most watched and respected news channel, CNN-News18, believes in investigation, not incitement.
Forceful substance was given to Sonali Fogart.
The most striking primetime lineup in English news television.
News is about stories.
That believes in adding intensity.
Biggest issue that we don't have a concept of nationhood.
When others thrive in infamy.
It has not been about a particular religious community. You don't want to accept the truth, you'll never solve the problem.
India's most sought-after newsmakers turn to CNN-News18.
You may get a new challenge. It may ask much more of you. But I think if you are fundamentally a competitive person, you actually enjoy the challenge.
A testament of trust in the incredible news institution.
माननीय उद्धव जी कहते थे मेरी सरकार गिरा के दिखाओ। एक दिन मैंने कह दिया भाई साहब जिस दिन सरकार गिरेगी आपको पता ही नहीं चलेगा।
CNN-News18 has positively disrupted the ecosystem, ushering in a new era of news broadcasting. Ever since TV ratings returned after a year, CNN-News18 has towered over all its rivals for a staggering 24 weeks. CNN-News18 has emerged as the undisputed #1. Channels that claimed to have a dominance dwarfed by CNN-News18, revealing the real picture of news TV ratings. The numbers speak for themselves. CNN-News18 creating history with an unprecedented gap over its rivals. That's not all. CNN-News18 is revolutionizing the news space by becoming the first channel to enter an integrated news ecosystem that is exploding on the digital sphere. CNN-News18 has smashed records with 148 million views on YouTube. Unparalleled in the history of Indian news feeds. If views are skyrocketing, the subscription rate of CNN-News18 is growing at a staggering pace over competition.
For China, the minute Nancy Pelosi landed in Taiwan, according to them, the damage has already been done.
The biggest news events were followed on CNN-News18.
The Supertech Twin Towers, no more. They've been detonated.
For every big event that impacted the world, CNN-News18 YouTube channel garnered never-seen-before views, setting an insurmountable benchmark in digital viewership. Tonight, CNN-News18 promises India that its passionate team is all set to transform India's news landscape with utmost integrity and a quest for constant innovation. CNN-News18, on your side.
Thank you, the jury, and thank you all the people who gave me this honor. I'm really humbled.
I hope this inspires all the musicians to play a larger role.
This award wouldn't be mine, but I would take it on behalf of my entire cast and crew.
Who will be the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022 for entertainment category? Catch the grand finale of the most awaited news event, CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022.
Where unpleasant realities and stinging truths will be addressed directly and bluntly. Where neutrality will not be used as a fig leaf to go soft on any side. Where a spade will be called a spade every time.
Shun the political correctness. Join Shivani Gupta on Plain Speak at these times on CNN-News18.
सितारों के आगे जहां और भी हैं, अभी इश्क के इम्तिहान और भी हैं।
ये अवार्ड एक गरीब और पिछड़े राज्य बिहार के लिए है, जो धीरे धीरे तरक्की के रास्ते पर बढ़ रहा है।
Thank you very much. I didn't know that I would be here myself. Thank you.
Who will be the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022 for Politics category? Catch the grand finale of the most awaited news event, CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let me now take this opportunity to call up on stage our managing editors, Mr. Zaka Jacob and Mr. Anand Narsimhan on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause, please.
Namaste. Jai Hind, and thank you very, very much. After 4 years, we are back with Indian of the Year 2022, and after 4 years, all of you are back with us. So big round of applause to all of you. Thank you very much. Now, thing is, this man here has been saddle or shouldering the weight of CNN News 18. 2 साल हो गए?
हाँ, 2 साल हो गए.
2 साल हो गया ना? 2 years.
But it feels like 4.
But that's okay. It feels like 4. But what's happened in the last 6 months, Zaka? As we bring up Indian of the Year 2022, there is also a reason for all of us as CNN News 18 to celebrate. So let's start from there.
So as you heard the leadership AV a moment ago, ever since the ratings came back, which is I think in March of 2022, CNN News 18 for the last 24 weeks has been the #1 English news channel in this country. Going to show that you don't need to shout, you don't need to heckle, you don't need to throw barbs at people. You can do good old-fashioned journalism and people will watch. So that's something that we are very, very proud of. And thank you, the viewers, who've made that possible.
We're good old-fashioned journalism by a very, very young team. So that's so kudos to all of you too. Big shout out to all those people who put this effort, because once we come to the grand finale, everybody forgets the work that's happened at the back end. So right now, live on television, before we start the event, I'm going to say big shout out to the entire tech crew, people who are sitting behind that screen making this happen, and those who are there outside. Big shout out, and I request all of you to please join me in congratulating them. But now, Indian of the Year 2022. So 4-year hiatus.
Yeah.
Last 2 years, largely COVID.
Yeah.
So when we sat down and when you said, let's bring Indian of the Year back, the first thing was Indian of the Year 2020, 2021, 2022, or Indian of the Year 2022. Did it start from there?
It was always going to be the awards for the year. As you said, over the last couple of years, because of the pandemic, life was not normal. We could not have had a gathering like this. We could not have had a 500-seat auditorium in a hotel room with people interacting without worrying about social distancing, without worrying about, COVID kahan se aa jayega and all of that. So the first thing was that, yes, we are back to a semblance of normalcy, so we should do this event. That was the first thing. The second thing was, has enough happened in the year 2022, whether it's in politics, whether it's in sports, whether it's in entertainment, and of course, we've added a couple of new categories as well this year. I'll tell you about that in a moment. But the conclusion that we came to was, yes, if we have to revive Indian of the Year, this is the year to do it. And now is the time to do it. So a big round of applause to the entire team that has put together Indian of the Year. It's a marquee property. It's the only property that we as CNN News 18 have had since the establishment of this channel. Way back from 2005-06, we've had 11 editions so far. Tonight is the 12th edition. So thank you very much for making this happen.
Now, there may be some who will be saying 2005, 2022, 12th edition. Well, there were interruptions in between. Lastly, like COVID took away 2 years. Then before that, 2019, we had the Balakot strike, which happened just around the time we were doing India Rising. Remember all of that? So it's been exciting, but it's been a fantastic journey. The Hall of Fame, to your left and to your right, ladies and gentlemen, are our past winners across various categories. It's the who's who. And there is not one person who you'd say, isko kyun diya? This time around, we have a problem of plenty again, Zaka. Every category, there has been a difference of opinion ki kisko de raha hai. Even with our voters who voted on IndianofTheYear.com.
Yeah. So basically, we divided the categories into 6 in fact, from politics, sports, entertainment. This year, we've started Climate Warrior because we believe that climate change is a very, very pertinent problem of our times, and therefore this was our effort to try and recognize the efforts of ordinary Indians in battling climate change. The business category has been changed to startups. because as you are all aware, India today is the land of startups. We have more than 100 unicorns that are valued over $1 billion. So this year we have started the Indian of the Year startup category. So in all of these categories, what we did was we had public voting, which was open from the middle of September till Gandhi Jayanti, the 2nd of October. We closed the public voting on the 2nd of October, after which our jury, the Network 18 editorial board, comprising of the best editors of this network, sat down and then analyzed every category, every nominee, and you wouldn't believe it that some of the discussions that the jury had was fascinating to know how people are thinking. And I can assure you, there was a sea change in the way in which we were approaching different categories and different winners. For example, and I think this is something, a standout for me, the maximum number of public votes. Do you know which categories got the maximum number of public votes?
Let's ask them. Do you know which are the 6 categories? Okay, then take a guess. Okay, so we got sports, we've got entertainment, there's politics, there is startup, there is social change, there is climate warriors. 6 categories. Any guesses? Anybody? Put your hand up and say, kahan pe sabse zyada vote mila hoga? Startups. Somebody said startup. Anybody who wants to say entertainment? Climate warriors. Somebody said climate warriors. Sports. Yeah. आपसे sports नहीं आएगा तो फिर और किससे आएगा? But
so here's the interesting thing. It was not film stars. It was not sports persons. The highest category that got the maximum number of people's votes was social change. The second was climate warrior. Can you believe it, ladies and gentlemen? People are voting for ordinary Indians who are making an extraordinary effort.
Absolutely. So big round of applause to all of them. Some of the nominees are also with us. Young Prasiddhi Singh, climate warrior, is sitting right in the front row, just in her teens, and she's planting fruit for us. Is she going to win? We don't know, but because there are many more other stories too. But for the moment, ladies, it's over to you.
Thank you so much, Saka.
Thank you for that head start. Thank you for that head start. Well, ladies and gentlemen, today's evening, as Anand and Zaka pointed out, is a very, very special one. And it befits a star that can transverse the heart and soul of India. And what can be a better way than music? The artist amongst us today represents the diverse, rich tradition of folk music in India. He's been a playback singer in numerous films. He's received numerous national and global recognitions.
Well, but of course, we are in fact talking about from Bavre to Badri Badaria. Now, his music is the celebration of our country's oneness in many ways, ladies and gentlemen. From a small village in Rajasthan's Jaisalmer to the French Riviera, his music has enchanted all and sundry. Ladies and gentlemen, now who comes to your mind when I say the Mangadiyar musician who's a Chaudhary of Rajasthani folk? Who comes to your mind?
Any guesses? Well, let's hear it for the one and only Mame Khan. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mame Khan. Have amongst us Mame Khan. He's already here. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आज की शाम को और भी यादगार बनाने के लिए. Thank you so much for being a part. May I please invite you to the stage.
Let us welcome the signature voice of Rajasthan, the folk maestro of the Golden Thar Desert, the one and only Mame Khan, who is known as the music diamond of Rajasthan and has traveled the world to over 50 plus countries and is one of India's finest live performers. He is also famed for his award-winning music across genres. Presenting you the finest of folk fusion, no stranger to us after his Coke Studio super hit Chaudhary and many Bollywood hits. Put your hands together and welcome the folk star Mame Khan live on stage.
सिरे जिसलवी अगला गाना जो मैं गा रहा हूँ राजस्थानी फोक ही है। गाने का नाम है लाल पीली आँखियाँ, जो मेरी पहली एल्बम डेजर्ट का एक हिस्सा है। एंड और उस गाने को मैंने शूट जयपुर में किया है। एंड बहुत ही रोमांटिक गाना है, प्यार वाला गाना है। सो हियर इट इज। मेरा मैसेज रहा एक रूल कि मैं जब भी गाता हूँ तो एक मैं जरूर जहाँ भी जाता राजस्थानी गाना सिखाता हूँ। मैं चाहता हूँ कि आप सब लोग मेरे साथ गाएं। आर यू रेडी? ओके, जो बिल्कुल मेलोडी है, सीधा है, अच्छा सा है, प्यारा सा है और आसान सा है। ला 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 ला, सब लोग गा सकते हैं, आई नो, आई एम श्योर। कोई ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट नहीं, कोई मैथ्स का सवाल नहीं है। ला 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 ला, कम ऑन यार, गाइए ना ये बात। ला 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 ला, गा रहे हैं लेकिन आवाज यहां तक रख रहे, आवाज को बाहर निकालिए। और हम आपकी आवाज है ना, वही सब लोग ज्यादा सुनते हैं, सबसे ज्यादा आपकी आवाज सुनते हैं हिंदुस्तानी पूरे संसार में। ओके, वहां पर तो प्रूफ कर दिया, आज इधर भी प्रूफ कर दीजिए। ला 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 ला, क्या बात है यार। अभी इसी को अगर अपन विशल में, विशल की तरह बजा, विशल, चलिए ये बात, ये जब देखूं बनाती लाल पीली अखियां, जब देखूं बनाती लाल पीली अखियां, नहीं दरुसार हल लेती वो नखियां, नहीं दरुसार हल लेती Thank you so much. Shukriya, Mama. Okay. Again, one more folk song. Darda zani re ga za za 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 o laal meri pat rakhiyo bala झूले लाल रे ओ लाल मेरी पत rakhiyo bala झूले लाल रे से दरी धा सगी सवाल कलंदर पापी रानी लाल कलंदर मार कलंदर मरी हो लाली मरी रखियो बला झूले लाल रे सिंदड़ी दो सिया बनता सगी कलंदर पा कलंदर शिवानी लाल कलंदर कलंदर गिलदर 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 Thank you so much. Shukriya. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया इस अद्भुत परफॉर्मेंस के लिए. Thank you so much. A huge round of applause to these wonderful artists who represent the soul of this country, the art, tradition, and the music that defines this country.
Ladies and gentlemen, louder please. Let's give it up for Mame Khan and his troupe. That's such a beautiful performance that Mame Khan ji has just given for us. Mame Khan ji, aapka bahut bahut shukriya. Thank you so much for being here.
Sir, please stay on the stage. I'd also like to invite our sponsors, Mr. Pradeep Agarwal, who's the founder and chairperson of Signature Global India Limited and chairman of ASSOCHAM, National Council on Real Estate, Housing and Development. Also, Mr. Lalit Kumar Agarwal, who's the vice chairperson and whole-time director of Signature Global Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for the gentleman who will present the memento to Mame Khan. Thank you so much, Mr. Pradeep Agarwal and Mr. Lalit Kumar Agarwal. Also, thank you once again to Mame Khan and his entire team for that lovely performance.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to officially begin this evening, and it is a pleasure to share with you that CNN-News18 has emerged as the #1 choice for the viewers. It is, of course, you guys that have made that possible, and we have been the #1 English news channel for the last 24 weeks.
And as I said earlier, not just on television, but in the digital space as well, we continue our dominance. And it's because of the quality journalism that CNN News 18 and News 18 Network continues to play out for our viewers. And once again, a big thank you to our viewers who have made this possible. We're playing out the story of CNN News 18 and how we continue our dominance and leadership.
This is danger at our border.
Lawrence Bishnoi plotted Moosewala's murder.
India's most watched and respected news channel, CNN News 18, believes in investigation, not incitement.
Forceful substance was given to Sonali Fogart.
The most striking primetime lineup in English news television.
News is about stories.
That believes in adding intensity.
Biggest issue that we don't have a concept of nationhood.
When others thrive in infamy.
It has not been about a particular religious community. You don't want to accept the truth, you'll never solve the problem.
India's most sought-after newsmakers turn to CNN News 18.
You may get a new challenge. It may ask much more of you, but I think if you are fundamentally a competitive person, you actually enjoy the challenge.
A testament of trust in the incredible news institution.
माननीय उद्धव जी कहते थे मेरी सरकार गिरा के दिखाओ। एक दिन मैंने कह दिया भाई साहब जिस दिन सरकार गिरेगी आपको पता ही नहीं चलेगा।
CNN News 18 has positively disrupted the ecosystem, ushering in a new era of news broadcasting. Ever since TV ratings returned after a year, CNN News 18 has towered over all its rivals for a staggering 24 weeks. CNN News 18 has emerged as the undisputed #1. Channels that claimed to have a dominance dwarfed by CNN News 18, revealing the real picture of news TV ratings. The numbers speak for themselves. CNN News 18 creating history with an unprecedented gap over its rivals. That's not all. CNN News 18 is revolutionizing the news space by becoming the first channel to enter an integrated news ecosystem that is exploding on the digital sphere. CNN News 18 has smashed records with 148 million views on YouTube. Unparalleled in the history of Indian news feeds. If views are skyrocketing, the subscription rate of CNN News 18 is growing at a staggering pace over competition.
For China, the minute Nancy Pelosi landed in Taiwan, according to them, the damage has already been done.
The biggest news events were followed on CNN News 18.
The Supertech Twin Towers, no more. They've been detonated.
For every big event that impacted the world, CNN News 18 YouTube channel garnered never-seen-before views, setting an insurmountable benchmark in digital viewership. Tonight, CNN News 18 promises India that its passionate team is all set to transform India's news landscape with utmost integrity and a quest for constant innovation. CNN News 18, on your side.
Well, that's the story of our leadership, and to tell you more about us, CNN News 18, and more importantly, the Indian of the Year 2022. May I please invite Zaka Jacob, our managing editor, on the stage, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 12th edition of the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year. Can we have a round of applause for what has been CNN News 18's longest running and most marquee awards, something that has been part of this channel since its very inception, since 2005, since this channel launch. This is our longest running property. And as I told you earlier, along with my colleague Anand here, We are very, very proud of this property. It is something that had continued uninterrupted up until 2020 when the pandemic struck. And you all know how the world changed after the pandemic struck. This year, we had an internal deliberation as to how and when and why we should bring back Indian of the Year. And we felt collectively as a channel, our board, we felt that so much had happened in the year 2022 in the field of politics, sports. We've had our first ever Olympic gold medal in athletics. What an amazing achievement. If we don't give an Indian of the Year in 2022, when are we going to give one? So that's why we have decided to revive this property. And I'm glad that all of you here, I'm seeing old friends, diplomats, bureaucrats, ministers will be coming here to the venue to be presenting these awards. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart, because this means so much to Team CNN News 18. So to this wonderful audience here, a lovely and huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I am touched. I am touched that after what we endured over 2020 and 2021, that we can have a room full of people. Today there are about 300, 400 people here in this room, and people watching from outside as well, in the Wazir Hall, in the other halls adjacent here. And this is something that we could not have thought of. This is something we could not have planned for through what we saw during the pandemic between 2020 and 2021. So I'm extremely glad that A, we were able to revive this property, and B, most importantly, I'm glad and I'm touched that all of you were able to come here and attend this beautiful program. We have been continuing this tradition for the last 12 years. If you look at the wall of fame, as it were, on either side of this Darbar Hall, you will see politicians, you will see sports persons, an eclectic mix of people who have won Indian of the Year over the last 12 years. It includes people like Mr. Arun Jaitley, Mamta Banerjee. It includes sports persons. It includes MS Dhoni, the Indian legend, the cricket World Cup winning cricket captain. It includes film stars, musicians. A.R. Rahman was once an awardee. So it's an eclectic mix of winners that we have seen in the past years. And this year, like I said, we have introduced two new categories to fight climate change, so the Climate Warrior category, and for startups, because India is the hub of startups. Let's take a look at the journey of Indian of the Year over the last 12 years.
They brought glory to their field of work through their relentless contribution. They are the shining symbols of our nation's growing might across the world. Saluting these modern icons with the CNN News 18 Indian of the Year Award 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner is the biggest and the most credible award in the Indian media.
मैं आपका बहुत मशकूर हूँ. It is indeed a pride.
It's a long queue, and I think I've jumped the queue.
Honoring these shining icons of excellence.
I'd like to thank for this great recognition.
This kind of accolade is the sort of thing that really lifts your spirits up.
From politics, startups, social change, climate warriors, entertainment, and sports. Now in its 12th year, this award salutes those who inspire and bind us together.
पापा बहुत बहादुर थे. हमें बहुत फक्र है हमारे पापा को.
Such awards give a great encouragement.
This is for all those girls who dream you can make it if you want it.
I think this is really for my parents who allowed me to live my dream.
Hope this inspires all the musicians to play a larger role.
It's time to honor those who are writing a bright new chapter in the history of India. presents CNN News 18 Indian of the Year Award 2022.
And it's time, ladies and gentlemen, to open up the awards. It is time to finally honor the determination and talent of Indians who are doing some beautiful work in an array of fields. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, for our first category of awards.
As Zaka said earlier, that climate change is one problem that the world is dealing with. Melting glaciers, urban flooding, rising temperatures are the stark realities of the 21st century. And experts would tell you that it's likely to get worse. The reality of the climate change is here for the humankind to tackle. But there are many Indians who make efforts every day to heal Mother Nature, to restore the intricate balance so that humanity thrives and survives. And that's the effort that we are making today. Our first category of award for CNN News 18 Indian of the Year Climate Warrior.
And the nominees are... He's known as Tamil Nadu's Tree Man, a bus conductor who has planted over 3 lakh saplings in the last 3 decades. He distributes saplings for free to passengers traveling in his bus and visits schools and colleges to raise awareness about the environment. Marimuthu Yoganathan. She has been working tirelessly to battle noise pollution in Mumbai, roaming the streets with an audiometer during festivals and forcing authorities to implement stricter laws on noise pollution. Sumaira Abdul Ali. She is known as Lady Tarzan, a Padma Shri awardee who has been ferociously fighting the timber mafia in Jharkhand. Her foundation, Van Suraksha Samiti, which has 300 women members, has been actively protecting forests since 1998. Jamuna Tudu. He started planting 1 sapling a day in a barren land in Assam's drought-hit Majuli Island. Today, he is credited with single-handedly creating a forest reserve of 550 hectares. He is the Forest Man of India and a Padma Shri awardee, Jadav Molai Payeng. She is not your average 9-year-old. She's on a mission to make the planet greener. At such a young age, she has a foundation to her name, has planted thousands of trees in Chennai and created 28 fruit forests. Prasiddhi Singh.
Well, we have amongst us today evening Mr. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, the Union Minister for Jal Shakti. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute honor to have the Honorable Minister amongst us. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? May I please request our Managing Editor Zaka Jacob to come on stage along with the Honorable Minister.
All right, to announce the Indian of the Year Climate Change, Climate Warrior category, may I request the Honorable Minister to do the honors, please.
Indian of the Year 2022. The category, as mentioned, Climate Warrior. And the winner is Marimuthu Yoganathan.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Marimuthu Yoganathan, the bus conductor from Tamil Nadu, is the Indian of the Year 2022 in the category of Climate Warrior.
Ladies and gentlemen, a person who has dedicated his entire life
So Mr. Yoganathan is a bus conductor from Tamil Nadu. We'll be speaking a little bit to him in Tamil. நீங்க வந்து எத்தனை மரங்கள் நட்டிருக்கீங்க? How many trees have you planted?
ஒரு 36 வருடத்துல ஒரு 6 லட்சம் மரம் நட்டிருக்கோம் சார்.
4 லட்சம் மரமா?
வளர்ந்தது வந்து ஒரு 3.5 லட்சம் மரமா வளர்த்து காட்டியிருக்கேன் சார்.
Okay. He's basically saying over the last 36 years that he's been a bus conductor in Tamil Nadu, he has planted 3.5 lakh saplings. 3.5 lakh saplings, ladies and gentlemen. So truly an inspiring story.
It's absolutely an inspiring story. But to be on lighter side, whosoever starts his career as a bus conductor in Tamil Nadu, he becomes the star.
That is true. The other famous bus conductor, of course, being Rajnikant, the superstar.
So he is the Rajnikant of the climate change, climate warrior. Yeah.
உங்களுக்கு வந்து இந்த ஐடியா எப்படி வந்தது? How did you get this idea of distributing saplings to students?
நீலகிரி டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட்ல போய் எங்க ஃபாதர் வேலை செஞ்சாங்க ஒரு எஸ்டேட்ல, தேயிலை எஸ்டேட்ல.
ஓகே.
அங்க ஃபாரஸ்ட்ல இருந்து மரங்கள்லாம் வெட்டிட்டு வந்து தண்டு பகுதியெல்லாம் மரத்துக்கு பழகிக்கு வித்துருவாங்க. கிளைகள் எல்லாம் தேயிலையை வறுத்தெடுக்கிறதுக்காக கொண்டு போய் போடுவாங்க. எல்லாமே இல்லீகலாக தான் ஃபாரஸ்ட்ல இருந்து வெட்டிட்டு இருந்தாங்க. நான் பெரிய மனுஷன் நினச்சி நிறைய லெட்டர்லாம் எழுதின ஒன்றும் நடக்கல. லாரிக்கு முன்னாடி படுத்தேன். என்னோட கோல் வந்து மக்களுக்கு இது தெரிய வைக்கணும்.
ஓகே.
நிறைய அடி வாங்கினேன். எல்லாத்துக்கும் தெரிய வந்தது. ஒரு இது நம்ம ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டை கொண்டு போவோம், நம்ம ஏன் அடி வாங்கணும், ஸ்டூடெண்ட் நிறைய பேர் கிடைப்பாங்கன்னு சொல்லி ஸ்கூலில் போக ஆரம்பித்தேன்.
Okay. So basically what he's saying is his parents were working in a tea estate in Nilgiris. There was a lot of illegal tree cutting that used to happen at that time. He was young, he was hot-blooded. One day he decided to protest against this tree cutting. He lay on the floor, on the road in one of these tea estates. He got beaten up black and blue by the police. That's how he shot to fame, and that's how he got the idea. Instead of protesting, why don't we plant trees?
And where do you live in Tamil Nadu, Yoganathan?
நீங்க எங்க தங்குறீங்க? எங்க நீங்க உங்களோட மெயின் வேலை எங்க பண்றீங்க?
கோயம்புத்தூர்ல இருக்கு சார். மருதமலை முருகர் கோயில் பக்கத்துல உள்ள பிரான்ச்.
Coimbatore you are putting up. And when you go in the bus, how do you identify the people that they are interested and they are the potential people who can plant the trees?
இப்போ வந்து லேடிஸ் தான் சார் நிறைய வாங்குறாங்க.
Okay, students are.
Ladies.
He's saying a lot of ladies are actually coming forth and taking the samplings. Students கூட நீங்க கொடுத்திருக்கீங்க நிறைய.
Every Monday tree planting இருக்கு சார், full day.
Every Monday.
Every Monday
you distribute saplings. So every Monday he gives saplings.
So every Monday when you are not on the board or not boarded on the bus, you distribute the saplings from your home.
Yes sir, my nursery.
Okay.
நீங்க எத்தனை ஸ்கூல் போயிருக்கீங்க giving these saplings? How many schools?
8500 க்கு மேலான ஸ்கூல்
8500 schools he has distributed saplings to. 8500 schools. Ladies and gentlemen, can we hear a big round of applause for Marimuthu Yoganathan? सर, ये जल शक्ति आपका जो मंत्रालय है, वाटर कंजर्वेशन, जिसके ऊपर आप बहुत ज़्यादा एम्फेसिस दे रहे हैं पिछले 2-3 साल से, इसके और क्लाइमेट चेंज के जो लिंक है, इसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए।
देखिए, पेड़ और पानी एक दूसरे से वैसे ही जुड़ा हुआ है जैसे आदमी और जवानी। और सीधा संबंध पानी का जो है प्रकृति से, पर्यावरण से है। और पानी का जो जितने भी एस्पेक्ट्स हैं, मे बी इट इज द वाटर विच इज फ्लोज इन द रिवर्स, the water which is there in the reservoirs and lakes, the water which is there under the ground, सारा का सारा पानी जो है वो water cycle, water system is interconnected, and the trees plays a pivotal role to bring the monsoon, to retain the water, to recharge the groundwater, so tree and to stabilize the catchment areas so that the silt or मिट्टी जो है वो बांध में नहीं आए. So, tree plays all possible roles to conserve for the conservation of water.
All right. Thank you very much to Minister Shekhawat and also Marimuthu Yoganathan, the Indian of the Year 2022 Climate Warrior. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause? Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tamil Nadu's beloved tree man, many congratulations. Thank you so much.
Now we move on to our second category of awards. Okay. India has a special love and bond with cinema and its artists. It's cinema that reflects our soul as a nation in numerous ways. It depicts our strength, our contradictions, our conflicts. This has been a year of some splendid performances, diverse scripts, and new mediums of storytelling, changing the dynamics of silver screen.
While the pandemic forced the entertainment industry to challenge its norms and dismantle institutionalized thinking, it did not eliminate people's desire to experience cinema in all its grandeur. And it took those who feature on this very list today to help revive the cinematic experience for us. So be it Gangubai Kathiawadi or Pushpa, the glory days of the movies are back, and how. So presenting to you the contenders for Indian of the Year in the category of entertainment.
And the nominees are this blockbuster took Indian cinema to new heights with its sheer audacity to dream big. S.S. Rajamouli's star-studded magnum opus lived up to its thundering title and made the world sit up and take note of the Indian film industry. Team RRR. She ended Bollywood's pandemic jinx with Gangubai Kathiawadi, which made over 200 crores at the box office. It was a role that was beyond her years, but she made it her own. The success of Gangubai was swiftly followed with another breathtaking performance in Darlings, Alia Bhatt. This superstar brought audiences back to the theaters with Pushpa, The Rise. The film made over 350 crores worldwide and cemented the reign of South cinema. His style is inimitable and his mass appeal is unparalleled. Allu Arjun. The Kashmir Files was this filmmaker's passion project. It was made on a budget of 25 crores and grossed over 350 crores, becoming a force to reckon with. He marches to the beat of his own drum and sets the box office on fire. Vivek Agnihotri. He is the Bollywood outsider who became a favorite of the masses and one of the most sought-after actors. His family entertainer, Bhool Bhulaiya 2, was the first blockbuster post the pandemic and brought a smile to the faces of young and old. Kartik Aaryan.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a huge honor and a privilege to have amongst us Honorable Union Minister for Women and Child Development, Mrs. Smriti Zubin Irani.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for the Honorable Minister who's present here amongst us today. May I please request the Honorable Minister to come on stage along with our Managing Editor, Zaka Jacob.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Indian of the Year in the entertainment category.
The winner in this category is Allu Arjun.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for the one and only Pushpa, Flower Nahi Fire Hai, Allu Arjun.
Mr. Allu Arjun. Smriti ji, after 4 years, Indian of the Year is back.
And after 4 years, you are also back with us here on this very special occasion. And thank you for doing the honors to the movie and the star who brought us back into the cinemas after COVID-19.
I think it's a great honor to be on this stage for anyone who has contributed much to the story of India, especially through challenges, especially when they're a part of solutions. And I think not only Mr. Allu Arjun, but also I see many dignitaries that you honor this evening. One of them is a sporting star, one of them is a sporting legend who's seated there. So I think it's an evening of celebration of excellence. And my compliments to everybody who's being honored on this stage.
Absolutely. And Arjun sir, I'm going to ask you, did you expect Pushpa to become the success that it was? I know you still look a little in Pushpa mode, so just before you start speaking, can we have the...
Namaste. Good evening, everybody. Thank you, thank you. My special respect to all the dignitaries here. It's firstly, thank you so much for this wonderful award, CNN-News18. It's a very special award because I've been working for the last 20 years and I've been very fortunate. I've received many awards in the South, you know, for last 20 years, and this is the first time I'm ever receiving an award from the North. It makes it very special. After 20 years, I got this award, and it's my first, so it's always going to be very special, and especially receiving it in the capital of the country, it makes it even more special. And Smriti ji, thank you so much for giving me this honor. It's an honor to be receiving it from you. Thank you.
I think that he's touched upon a very sour note. The fact that one of the biggest talents from the south of India had to wait so long to be honored. And I think that the time has come now for us to celebrate the diversity of the excellence that we have in every field. And I think you manifest that, so my compliments.
Now, Arjun sir, I must say that Allu Arjun is the first star from the south of the Vindhyas, movie star, to also win Indian of the Year for entertainment.
Thank you.
So that also makes this very, very special for us.
Thank you. Thank you. And I also have to mention congratulations to all the winners who have done excellent work and wonderful service in their respective fields for this country. And it's my honor. And Pushpa, the film was made during the times of COVID and released during the times of COVID. So I would like to dedicate this award to all the doctors, nurses, and all the people who worked in the healthcare sector and who sacrificed so many lives and so many volunteers. My respects to all of them. Thank you so much.
Well
this
said.
is for you.
How many fans of Mr. Allu Arjun here?
Oh wow, thank you.
There's one from behind, so that's what.
Thank you.
Arjun, I'm not raising my hand because if I was watching movies, I'd make headline news here for being an incompetent minister.
But Arjun sir, before I ask Akanksha, my colleague and friend, to there's a question from the audience. Sir,
yes, sir.
Dialogue ke saath.
Definitely. I'll do that. And before saying it, before even doing that, I just have one more thing to say. Please. I'm very glad we do have our differences, like ma'am was saying, that it's north, south. Yes, you know, the beauty of this country is the diversity. But when this movie was made, it was celebrated by India. So we are all sons and daughters of the Indian film industry. So we're all proud that it is Indian cinema's victory, and we're so glad that we could service the country with entertainment in these tough times.
Sadhu, sadhu. Well said, sir. Well said.
Thank you. And Indian cinema, India, kabhi jhukega nahi. Thank you. I wanted to give it with a punch.
Sahi punch diya.
Thank you.
Akanksha.
Right, I'm here.
Yes, there you are.
Hi, Allu. My friend
Hi.
over here, Tushar Gupta, has a question for you.
I'm generally scared of, I'm being upfront. I'm generally scared of this kind of encounters. Please be kind.
You're
among friends and family.
It's my first, so please be kind.
Let me hand over the mic now to Tushar. Tushar, please go ahead.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening.
Good
Thank
evening.
you for bringing us back to the movies.
Thank you.
So one question, even though entertainment is a unifying force across India, as you just pointed out, it's still split by the language divide. Now you, who has fans in the South and the staggering following in the North now, what do you make of this issue? That's all. Thank you.
That is the beauty of the country. We are, it's unity in diversity. Each of us have our own regional language, but now it's so beautiful that all of us are stepping into this, pan-India zone where, language is no big barrier. Cinema is celebrated all over. People are watching. We used to watch movies from the North. We never used to look at it as a very different cinema industry. We loved North. We grew up watching North movies. We admired Hindi cinema, other cinema, Bengali cinema. And now even people are watching South films. So it's all a beautiful cross culture, and I think we're in the best times. Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick question, Smriti. Should cinema be freed from the binds of culture?
I think that we
Sorry.
need to divest cinema with the responsibility of being the only engine of bringing social reform. Secondly, we need to recognize its power as an economic force.
Yeah.
And third, we need to recognize that, as Arjun said, our diversity is not only in terms of entertainment and linguistic entertainment, but also our cultural and spiritual diversity. So if you look at it from an economic perspective, just yesterday the Prime Minister dedicated Sri Mahakal Lok to the people of the country and to bhakts across the world.
Yes.
But just a small example, Kashi corridor, before it became an actual corridor with that infrastructure, had a footfall of around 10,000 people per day. Now it has over 50,000 people visiting.
Yeah, 10 crores last year itself.
Yes, so it adds to the economy. Just like cinema does, I think we need to celebrate the opportunities we have to economically enhance prospects for every citizen, be it a movie star or those who are working behind the camera.
Very well said. Big round of applause. Finally, we have limited time. When is part 2 coming?
We're going to start shooting now, hopefully next year.
Ladies and gentlemen, Indian of the Year 2022 Entertainment, Mr. Allu Arjun. And big round of applause to Union Minister Smriti Irani. Thank you very, very much. Namaste. Please.
All right, a big round of applause for Allu Arjun. Thank you, ma'am, for your time. Thank you for being a part of the event today. Anand Narasimhan, our managing editor, leading that conversation. Well, here's another category, a category which has received most traction as far as voters are concerned. India's tradition is not just about thousands of years of old heritage, but ours is also a culture of reform and change. Nothing has remained static in this beautiful country, in this ever-evolving nation. Religious, social, cultural, and educational reforms have reinvented and redefined our culture.
And that's exactly what makes our next category of social change so special. Because these are the very people who have risen above the resistance, challenged the status quo, and made headways. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the chosen ones for the Indian of the Year Social Change.
And the nominees are... This Gurugram-based NGO became a symbol of hope during the second COVID wave. Their network of volunteers provided life-saving oxygen concentrators to thousands. They also gave relief to flood victims in Assam. Hemkund Foundation. This Buldhana resident is on a mission to make higher education accessible to youngsters from marginalized sections of society. His foundation, Eklavya, mentors and empowers hundreds of first-generation learners. Raju Kendre. He's known as the 5 rupees doctor, a skin specialist from Mandya in Karnataka. For the last 38 years, he has been charging his patients just 5 rupees for consultation and prescribing affordable medicines. Dr. Shankare Gaula. These 10 lakh plus volunteers from within the community go door to door and help people get access to various government healthcare schemes. The World Health Organization has recognized them as global health leaders. Asha workers. This Kashmiri teenager is a two-time world kickboxing champion. After achieving her dreams, she is now inspiring women in Bandipora to take up sports as a passion by opening an academy there. Tajamul Islam.
It's an honor to have amongst us Mr. Nitin Gadkari, Union Minister for Road, Transport and Highways. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Mr. Gadkari, who is here with us. I now request the Honorable Minister to please come up on stage along with our Managing Editor, Zakar Jacob. A huge round of applause for Mr. Nitin Gadkari.
So the Indian of the Year in the category of social change.
Indian of the Year 2022. Category Social Change. Winner Dr. Shankar Gowda.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Shankare Gowda, the 5 rupee doctor from Mandya. May I also request our political editor, Maria Shakil, to accompany the winner of the Indian of the Year 2022 in the social change category. Please put a loud round of applause for Dr. Shankare Gowda.
Thank you so much. And congratulations, Dr. Shankare Gowda. I'm going to begin with you. A complete medical package for just ₹5. No matter what the ailments are, that is his medical fee that he charges, and that he has been doing it for 35 long years. Dr. Shankare, how are you sustaining yourself and what does this mean to you?
I am practicing since 1982. It's 40 years from my graduation. Only I am practicing in Mandya as a dermatologist. I am taking only 5 rupees from that days. Now also I am taking 5 rupees. But it is not that one thing. Whatever the knowledge we are having it should be available to all the peoples as such. When we are only treating the patients who are rich and who are affordable, I don't think so. Our knowledge is going to be realized or even given to the people.
Mr. Gadkari, at a time when the medical profession clearly has become commercialized, this kind of service that is being given by Dr. Shankare Gowda, what does it mean for the larger country? What does it mean to all those doctors and hospitals who are charging too much money?
Actually, it is really a great thing for Dr. Gowda. Actually, in the medical profession, in the degree course, there is one subject is ethics.
Yes.
And in ethics, the social consciousness, social responsibility is very important. No philosophy can be taught to empty stomach. That is absolutely correct. But at the same time, serve the poor people of the society is exactly the most important thing for the people who are representing actually the leader of the society. And as a doctor, what actually he is doing for the poor people, it is really a great thing. And I feel that I always tell it to people that when anyone can do anything for the poor people, the God is so great, he will get more money from other patients, those who are capable to pay. So that is exactly the most important thing, and this is the indication that all doctors should think in this line, not 5 rupees,
But if they can even reasonably charge, it can be a great thing for the country, for the poor people.
Dr. Shankari Gowda, you heard, I mean, that's a lesson perhaps for the medical community. What was your motivation when you started it?
Actually, when I graduated from Kasturba Medical College, Manipal, I wanted to practice in my village. Village means in my district. Why I wanted to practice in my village is, whatever the knowledge we have gained, it should be given to the people who are with me. With me means they are responsible for my education, and also I have received so many awards. But only thing I would like to tell you is, there are so many doctors nowadays. There are so many shortages of doctors in rural areas. We need much of the doctor as such. Especially in Karnataka, there are 8,000 to 9,000 graduates will pass out from every year. Whatever we need about is only 300 to 400 doctors for the rural area service. We won't get that much of doctors in rural area. That should not be the criteria. Whatever the social responsibility of the government or the medical fraternity, they should work in rural areas at least. It's a
That should be compulsory. Thank you so much, Dr. Shankari Gowda.
Only the state government make it a compulsory for a 1 year with a service in the rural area. That is the very good thing, whatever the Sudhakar is doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. That is Dr. Shankari Gowda, the winner in the social change category. Dr. Shankari Gowda, thank you so much.
Many congratulations, Dr. Gowda. Thank you so much for being a part of this evening. Thank you so much, Dr. Gowda. We would now like to take this opportunity to invite Ms. Avarna Jain, Vice Chairperson, Sare Gama India, RP Sanjeev Goenka Group on stage. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And now on to a very, very special award and recognition that we want to put out today. If necessity is the mother of innovation, then adversity brings out the best and the worst in all of us. When the deadly second wave hit the entire nation, each of us lent a helping hand to another. The nation emerged as one big family. During those difficult times, there were some who went beyond the call of their duty, whose empathy touched the hearts of millions. CNN-News18 Indian of the Year Special Achievement Award honors one such Indian, or should we say the Robin Hood of India, whose kindness and charity has carved a permanent place in all our hearts. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting before you the Indian of the Year Special Achievement Award.
He's the real hero who became a real-life savior for thousands. Throughout the pandemic, he was at the forefront of relief efforts, becoming a messiah of the masses. When the nationwide lockdown was announced, he helped migrant and daily wage workers who were walking thousands of kilometers to reach their homes. He arranged buses, special trains, and chartered flights for them. He opened the doors of his Mumbai hotel to provide a safe place to frontline warriors who were facing social stigma despite risking their lives to treat COVID patients. He also arranged hospital beds, oxygen cylinders, and medicines for those in need, saving thousands of lives in the process. His efforts have only multiplied since then. From scholarships for students to helping small businesses, he's always striving to make the world a better place. The CNN-News18 Indian of the Year Special Achievement Award goes to Sonu Sood.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sonu Sood. He's here amongst us today. Somebody who stood out in very challenging times, who's been a real hero in many, many ways. applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Sonu Sood.
I'll just take the mic. Before, and one question quickly with Avarna before I let you go. Avarna, just, the fact is that RPSG is a 200-year-old legacy company. And for us, Indian of the Year is a legacy brand, is a legacy product. What does this association mean to you?
Thank you. First of all, congratulations. Your work is absolutely wonderful and has touched many people. Congratulations. Coming to your question, so the RP Sanjeev Goenka Group has a 200-year-old legacy that focuses on excellence. And I think what you are doing here is also focusing on excellence, on achievement, and on quality. I think that is the shared legacy that we have. And at RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, we are very proud to be associated with a brand that epitomizes quality, achievement, and excellence.
So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jain.
Thank you, Avarna.
Thank you, Ms. Jain, for doing the honors. Thank you so much for being part of the show.
So let's begin this conversation. Congratulations, Sonu Sood. The actor who has transformed himself as nation's savior, what really made you go for that ultimate service that you have displayed during the pandemic and even post that?
First of all, thank you so much for this honor, and I don't know that I really deserve this or not, but receiving from Nitinji is more special because, we have a Nagpur connection from where I did my engineering. I came to Nagpur to do my engineering, completed my engineering, wanted to become an actor, and I thought that, that was my ultimate dream. Did films in multiple languages, and when I became kind of famous, I thought, God's been kind, but then I would say I discovered myself when I connected with millions of people, in the last 2.5 years, and then I realized that no amount of 100 crore, 200 crore films can give you that kind of happiness when you connect with an unknown soul. You bring a smile on a face that you don't know, and I think that was the most special journey of my life. And I miss my parents every day. I remember my mom always used to say that, कि सोनू कभी अपनी मुट्ठी खोल कर तो देख, शायद तेरी हाथ की लकीरों में किसी की जान बचाना लिखा हो. And finally it happened. And I feel that I'm playing the most important role of my life. I thought, though I played many characters in different films, but this was the most important role of my career, where Almighty was a director, and I'm still playing my role. And I wish and pray that this movie shouldn't end, and I should keep on doing my role every day. And thank you, God, for everything.
Sonu, before I play an AV, which actually shows what is outside your houses even today, Mr. Gadkari, a quick question from you as well. You have often said that politics is an instrument of socio-political change. When people like Sonu Sood, he's an exception who has made a mark for himself and has, sent a message to the country at large. Who do you think and what do you think will lead to that larger change?
Actually, in my childhood, I remember one Sanskrit Geet. Manasa satatam smaraniyam, vachasa satatam vadaniyam, lokahitam mama karaniyam. The true meaning of the politics is what Sonu is doing, that is exactly the meaning of the politics. What you are talking and what you are discussing, that is power politics. Samaj Karan, Rashtra Karan and Vikas Karan. The Seva Karan. He is doing actually in the concept of Mahatma Gandhi ji. And before that, the true meaning of the politics is social service. The selfless social service is the true meaning of the politics. And that's the reason I always tell it to people that the politics is the instrument of socio-economic reform. And when I was president of the Bharatiya Janata Party, I requested all MLAs and MPs that they should have a project in social work with Seva Prakalpa, education, even in for development, and that is very important for the society. And that is exactly the true meaning. And he is doing really this is the politics which he is doing, and this is national service. This is service for the poor people, and this is the concept of Mahatma Gandhi. What politics he was expecting, that is exactly the indication what Sonu is doing for the society. That is exactly the inspiration and motivation for the people of the country.
So let's play that video now of what is it like outside Sonu Sood's home on any given day. So. That is a day outside Sonu Sood's house.
I just want to, tell a small thing which is related to this. You know, when hundreds of people come to my house every day, so, I spend a lot of time with them. So I remember there was a very big meeting happening with the studio for one of my movies, and I forgot about it. So I was with these guys. So the studio director, Mr. Sharik, he came to my house. So he was in that crowd for almost 45 minutes in one corner and watching me do that. And then he left a message. He said, Sonu, मुझे शायद तुम्हारे साथ पिक्चर बना के उतनी खुशी नहीं होती जितना मैंने आज उस 45 मिनट में मुझे खुशी मिली है. So I think that's what blessings do, and thank you so much for this.
Do these messages give tears to you? I can see you're all emotional.
This is very special. I think I can't put in words, but every single day when I see those people standing in front of my house, sometimes they sleep. In the middle of night, they wait for me to wake up in the morning. So I think that gives me a sense of responsibility that, Almighty, please make me that, give me that ability to help them forever. बोलते हैं ना कि जब तक लोग उम्मीद लगा कर बैठेंगे, उसके लिए मैं कोशिश ज़रूर करता रहूँ. बस वो उम्मीद ना टूटे, उसी की कोशिश रहेगी हमेशा.
यही उम्मीद, गडकरी जी.
Exactly. Actually, this is a motivation and inspiration for the society. I always telling the people that there are some people, there also one good, actually I remember that, I don't know, I'm not remembering the name of the person, name of the writer. वही मनुष्य है कि जो मनुष्य के लिए मरे, यही पशु प्रवृत्ति है कि आप ही चरे, वही मनुष्य है कि जो मनुष्य के लिए मरे. That is exactly, beautiful. And it is really important for the society. And I feel that the people who are doing this job for the society, God is so great, they 10 times more they will give it to him. That is exactly the God always giving all type of the thing to the people who are doing social work for the poor people, downtrodden people, and those who are socially, economically, educationally backward. It is always a case is there that they will get more thing in their life.
And sirs, we could not have got anybody better to award, the change makers in this category, because you yourself have been involved in a lot of social work back home in Nagpur.
I'm telling you the experience. I'm not doing politics. Even I'm not going to bother about the people. I always tell people, if you feel I am perfect, please vote me. Last election, I got margin of 3 lakhs vote. Now I decided I will not print any poster, no any banner, nothing doing. And I am confident that people will give me the margin of more than 5 lakhs. Because people are understanding. If we can truly doing social service for the people, people are so great, without thinking of caste, religion, creed and sex, they will vote you. That is my experience in my life, and I like it, I believe it, and I always doing 80 to 90% of my energy I am spending for my positive social work. And that is always telling to the politician also, you do good social work, you don't need to make advertisement, don't need to print posters. people will vote you. That is exactly the important for the all politicians.
With that mantra, Sonu, what next in your projects? There are multiple projects your way. What next will we be seeing you doing?
We are opening some skill development centers. We have already started two, one in Bangalore and one in UP we are starting. I plan to open a few schools also. You know, I was talking to Nitinji also. The first one we are planning to start in the interiors of Nagpur. We are getting one in UP and in Punjab too. So yes, I think if we can give good education to the newer generation, people who can't afford that, so I think we'll have a better nation. So trying to do my bit, learning every single day. There are still miles to go, but the journey is on.
Okay, and with that, I'm opening the floor for audience questions. Please go ahead. Yes.
And I think it's apt to get this question. One social warrior, social service warrior to another. Prasiddhi, a young climate warrior, had a question for Sonu sir.
So I'm a young environmentalist, as you mentioned. So my doubt was that I'm sure many people like me, the Gen Z, the Gen Alpha, millennials, neo-millennials, are very inspired by your work during the pandemic. But then how did you come up with this plan of execution on such a large scale to build such an impact? How did you come up with the execution and how was your journey basically?
You know, actually I never knew anything about, you know, how to send people back to their homes, you know, how to, you know, arrange buses, flights. You know, I remember the first flight that flew with the migrants, you know, we started from Ernakulam. You know, there were 179 girls who were stuck and we got them to Cochin and from there we got them to Bhubaneswar. So I never knew anything, but I think those wishes made that happen. You know, I knew that when I tried to help those first lot of 350 people who were going to Karnataka, so and I thought my job is done, but when I was coming back from Thana, back to my home in Mumbai, you know, everything looked like everything is happening in slow motion, and I thought this is not the story of these 350 people, but millions who are stuck on the roads, and that's the time I pledged that, you know, I'm not going to stop till I make last migrant reach back to their homes. And I think rest, the wishes did the trick. A lot of parents who were waiting for their loved ones to come back, and I think their prayers gave me that courage, gave me that strength to do what I'm doing today.
Gadkari ji, just your final thoughts on this Indian of the Year social change category.
Actually, there are a lot of icons in the society like Sonu Sood. They are doing excellent job for the society. But it is time for the people who are here that how they can contribute positively, either it is in education, health services, anywhere. If they can contribute something for poor people and giving good service, it can be a great process of socio-economic transformation. And that is going to be, I feel that it is to be very important for the country. Because in the socially, economically, educationally backward area, the people don't have medical facilities. They don't have doctors, they don't have medicines, they don't have schools. Even it is very difficult for them to take their education. So in a way, particularly the tribal area, the rural area, agriculture area, 124 aspirant districts we have. And this is the time that your program and people like Sonu Sood and other people who are doing excellent job for the poor people, that is going to inspire and motivate the people by and large. And that is exactly I feel that will be the great success for your program. And 100% I am confident this good example in the society, they are going to inspire and motivate thousands of people to do something for the poor people.
Thank you so much.
And Maria, to add what Nitinji said, you know, we have a lot of people who will say कि, you know, मैं भी बहुत कुछ अच्छा करना चाहता हूँ, कैसे शुरू करूँ, जब मैं बड़ा हो जाऊँगा तब अच्छा करूँ. And I think you are a live example at such a young age. You are doing so much good. So Nitinji, मेरे घर के बाहर एक दूध वाला है, who's been distributing milk from past 17 years. So हर फ्लैट के बाहर एक दूध का पैकेट हर रोज रख कर जाता है. उसका नाम है गुड्डू. So hi Sania. So when दूध रखता था तो जो मेरे घर के बाहर लोग आते, so you know I requested कि इन सबसे फॉर्म लेना शुरू करो गुड्डू, you know फॉर्म्स भरते हैं कि उनकी मेडिकल प्रॉब्लम है, एजुकेशन है, जॉब्स हैं, जो भी हैं. So उसने फॉर्म भरने शुरू किए और वो इतना अभी पॉपुलर हो गया सोसाइटीज में, उसको लोग बोलते हैं कि शायद सोनू का मैनेजर है. Now how गुड्डू became गुड्डू जी, so तो अभी सोसाइटीज में उसको बिठा के लंच पे बुलाते हैं, डिनर पे बुलाते हैं, वही सोसाइटी वाले जो दूध बांटता था. So I feel that it's just when you take that leap, you know, everything changes, and it's not important that you have to be rich, famous, or wealthy to do something, but I think just the intention, and God will guide you.
Thank you so much.
Those are the stories, Sonu. I mean, so many people in my family
Absolutely.
area have been so inspired by the work that you've done. It's an absolute honor to have you. Gadkari ji, thank you so much for your time.
Many
your work.
congratulations.
Thank you so
Many
much.
congratulations. Thank you, Maria, for leading that conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Sonu Sood and the Honorable Minister. Now it's the time for a very special recognition. This mention is to honor someone who has consistently strived to marry the idea of mainstream fashion with gender rights and equality. The winner has worked relentlessly for the acid attack survivors, victims of domestic abuse, who are fighting and struggling for an equal, fair, and a just world.
The pandemic worsened the situation for many women who faced aggravated domestic abuse and assault. Along with the government, some individuals and organizations stepped up to make such women independent. Now here's honoring one such hero and her foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year special mention.
Up on stage.
Zaka Jacob also please request you to please come up on stage along with Kulsum.
I once again invite Kulsum Shadab Wahar. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for the wonderful work she's doing. And on the stage right now is also Zaka Jacob.
Thank you so much and many congratulations for this special mention. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for Kulsum Shadab and the Hotur Foundation? They're doing tremendous work with acid attack victims. Could you elaborate for us the work that you're doing?
Good evening, everyone. It's been such an amazing and powerful evening, very inspirational. I'm here on behalf of Hotur Foundation, which is founded by my husband. And we have been relentlessly working towards education, medical health, infrastructure. And I'm truly grateful to him because I found my path in this journey. And I give voice to women who have lost their identity. These are women who have never stepped out of their homes, who didn't have a life. And what we did was, it was just not acid attack survivors, it was burn survivors, domestic violence survivors. So different women who are suffering different kinds of trauma. And we thought we should empower them. So we started an empowerment project called Ara Lumiere, which is a global fashion brand now. And this is a group of women who have been traumatized and who have lost their identity, now make the most beautiful head couture and garments. And it's been showcasing at Milan Fashion Week with brands like Prada and Gucci. And I've just returned from Milan after a big award that they have received on such a platform. And I'm truly proud of what these women are doing.
Absolutely. Congratulations,
Thank
Kulsum.
you.
Congratulations. And thank you for the wonderful work you're doing. Thank you, Zaka.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Moving on to another category, and this is a very, very special one, like most of them. It is said that an athlete cannot run with his money in his pockets. He must run with dreams in his heart and determination in his head. These hopes and dreams have literally brought gold to India. Women and men in the world of sports have made sure that the tricolor flew high at leading international championships and tournaments.
Very rightly said, Anusha. It is, in fact, one of the most shining phases of sports in India. That story is really living it up. All thanks to our sporting gems and their insatiable drive to succeed. As we salute their indomitable spirit, here's a look at those vying for CNN News 18 Indian of the Year Sports.
And the nominees are... After making history at last year's Olympics, the man with the golden arm became the first Indian ever to win a silver at the World Championships in July this year. He followed this incredible feat with a Diamond League's final javelin title, becoming the first ever Indian athlete to do so. Neeraj Chopra. He's the new poster boy of Indian badminton. He's won a bronze at the World Championships, made the final of the All England Open, and was also part of the Indian team that won a historic first Thomas Cup title. Lakshya Sen. She's the new queen of Indian boxing. She was crowned the world flyweight champion after winning gold at the 2022 World Boxing Championships. She proved her mettle again by clinching her first Commonwealth Games gold in Birmingham. Nikhat Zareen. He's the 5th youngest grandmaster at the age of 16. The chess prodigy defeated current world champion Magnus Carlsen. In fact, he went on to beat Carlsen thrice in 6 months and thrice in straight games at the FTX Crypto Cup. Ramesh Babu Pragnananda. This table tennis star managed to turn back the clock, and how? At the age of 40, he produced his best Commonwealth Games performance 16 years after his debut at the Games. He won 4 medals, 3 golds and a silver, including the men's singles title. Achant Sharat Kamal.
It's a privilege and honor to have amongst us Union Minister for Information and Broadcasting, Youth Affairs and Sports, Shri Anurag Thakur. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for the Honorable Minister. I now invite the Honorable Minister on stage along with our Managing Editor, Zaka Jacob.
So this is for you.
Namaskar. A very good evening to all of you. So the category is sports, as mentioned earlier, and Indian of the Year 2022 award goes to, any guess?
Any guesses from the audience? Anyone? Can we hear the name louder, please? Sir.
So Indian of the Year 2022 for sports goes to none other than Neeraj Chopra.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the one and only Neeraj Chopra.
I also welcome on stage our Senior Associate Editor, Shivani Gupta.
Can we have a loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, the only Indian athlete to win an Olympic gold medal, the one and only Neeraj Chopra.
121 साल लग गए। 121 साल में किसी ने एथलेटिक्स में गोल्ड नहीं जीता था। 121 साल के इंतजार वाली तालियां तो बजाओ जरा।
And let's not forget, Neeraj has not rested on his laurels from Olympics. Olympics का गोल्ड मेडल 121 साल के बाद जीतने के बाद उन्होंने वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में सिल्वर मेडल जीत के एक और इंडियन रिकॉर्ड बनाया है। एंड इन्होंने डायमंड लीग टाइटल जीत के भी has become the first Indian athlete ever to achieve that. Neeraj, the first question I want to ask you is कि Olympics medal जीतने के बाद ऐसा लगता है कि आपकी पूरी लाइफ की जो तपस्या है वो पूरी हो गई है, लेकिन उस साल के बाद आपने और भी मेडल्स जीते हैं, एंड जैसे मैंने बोला वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप्स और डायमंड लीग का, तो वो मोटिवेशन आपकी डिप नहीं हुई? उस लेवल तक कैसे रखा आपने अपने आप को?
नमस्ते सभी को और थैंक यू इस अवार्ड के लिए। तो बिल्कुल मेरे सामने तो बहुत सारे ऐसे एथलीट हैं, मैंने काफ़ी एथलीट्स को देखा है कि उनसे सीखने को मिलता है। वो ऑलरेडी जीत के फिर भी मेहनत करते रहते हैं, फिर जीतते हैं। तो टाइटल को दोहराना मैं मानता हूँ कि सबसे बड़ी बात है, और वो अपने आप में मतलब तभी आप एक खिलाड़ी जो एक लेजेंड कहलाते हैं वहाँ तक आते हैं। अब लोग बोल देते हैं तो मैं इतना मानता नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि मुझे पता है कि मैं उस कैटेगरी में अभी तक नहीं आया हूँ। तो मैं बहुत मेहनत कर रहा हूँ कि अपना एथलेटिक्स का और इंडिया का देश में नाम करूँ।
आपने मुझे ओलंपिक्स के बाद बोला था कि एक मेडल जीतने से कुछ नहीं होता, 3-4 मेडल बार बार जीतोगे तो आप लेजेंड कहलाते हो और फिर दुनिया याद रखेगी। अनुराग जी, ये जज्बा है नीरज का।
देखिए, तो जीतने वाले को पता चलता है कि मेहनत होती कितनी है, और खुशी इस बात की है कि मेडल जीतने के बाद भी पांव जमीन पर टिके हुए हैं और मेडल जीतने की तैयारी किए हुए हैं। यही इनकी सबसे बड़ी खासियत है, और इसलिए पूरे देश को इनके ऊपर गर्व है।
आपने क्या गिफ्ट्स खरीदे ओलंपिक्स के बाद? आप बोल रहे थे कुछ जूते खरीदने थे आपको।
वो तो खरीदते तो काफी कुछ है, लेकिन डालने का टाइम नहीं मिलता क्योंकि पूरा ट्रेनिंग में ही रहते हैं। तो
नहीं, वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप के बाद क्या लिया?
हाँ बिल्कुल, जूते भी कपड़े सब कुछ खरीदते हैं, लेकिन 3-4 बार अब आज आया हूँ तो कुछ आज डाल लिया। अब ये पैंट है, ये भी पिछली बार खरीदी थी, यही चल रही है।
So that is why Neeraj is unique, because I have not seen an athlete जिसने ओलंपिक गोल्ड मेडल एथलेटिक्स में जीता हो, फिर भी वो बिल्कुल सन ऑफ द सॉइल वाली जो बात है जो आप कह रहे हैं ना अनुराग जी।
3-4 सफेद कुर्ते पजामे सिलवा लो, सब बार एक जैसे ही लगोगे।
ये कुर्ते पजामे भी है सर, लेकिन वो अभी वेट बढ़ जाता है, फिर वो टाइट हो जाते हैं, तो ट्रेनिंग चलती है फिर से। नहीं, एथलीट की लाइफ यही है कि हाँ शॉपिंग वगैरह करना अच्छा लगता है, लेकिन टाइम नहीं मिलता वो डालने, पूरा अपना ट्रेनिंग में रहते हैं।
अनुराग जी, एक चीज जो नीरज करना चाहते हैं वो है 90 मीटर का मार्क अचीव। आप मेरे ख्याल से 0.04 से रह गए थे इस साल।
06, हाँ जी
06। तो उसके लिए आप इनको क्या कहना चाहेंगे? क्योंकि वो 90 मीटर का मार्क फॉर एन इंडियन जैवलिन थ्रो एंड फॉर इंडियन एथलीट टू अचीव वुड बी ह्यूमंगस, एंड दोज हु अंडरस्टैंड स्पोर्ट्स, ओलंपिक्स, जैवलिन थ्रो विल नो दैट।
मेरे कहने से कुछ नहीं होता है। जब कोई लक्ष्य निर्धारित कर लिया गया है तो नीरज चोपड़ा आज एक ऐसा वो नाम बन चुके हैं कि वो लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति भी कर ही लेंगे, पूरे भारत को विश्वास है। लेकिन इसके लिए कोई दबाव नहीं होना चाहिए, और मैं आशा करता हूं देश का मीडिया भी उस तरह का दबाव पैदा ना करे, क्योंकि देश के प्रधानमंत्री जब कहते हैं कि अपनी बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस दो, रिजल्ट क्या आएगा उसकी चिंता मत करो
जी।
So let's keep our fingers crossed and let's pray that he's going to achieve that.
So along with the 90-meter walk, I think you want to repeat your Olympic gold as well. And that World Championship gold is also something?
बिल्कुल, मतलब अगर हाँ एथलेटिक्स की अगर हम वर्ल्ड में सभी इवेंट्स की बात करें तो ऑलमोस्ट सभी में मतलब गोल्ड हो चुका है, सिल्वर वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में बस। तो इसका कोई प्रेशर नहीं है। और 90 मीटर का मैं पहले सोचता था कि मुझे मार्क वो अचीव करना है, लेकिन अभी मेरा मानना है कि आप कंसिस्टेंट हो और उस सिचुएशन में जहाँ पे बाकी भी एथलीट इतने वर्ल्ड क्लास एथलीट होते हैं और हम वहाँ पे उनके बीच में अगर वहाँ पे गोल्ड जीत लें, क्योंकि ऐसे बहुत सारे एथलीट्स हैं जो मुझसे बेस्ट हैं ऑलरेडी वर्ल्ड में, लेकिन उस सिचुएशन में हम कैसे उस प्रेशर को हैंडल करते हैं और कैसे परफॉर्म करते हैं, क्योंकि वेदर का, हवा का बहुत फ़र्क पड़ता है हमारे गेम में। तो मुझे लगता है कि वो सबसे अच्छी चीज़ है। मैं बस अपने आप को कंसिस्टेंट रखना चाहता हूँ और 90 मीटर का मार्क भी हो ही जाएगा। हो जाता है वो भी, मैं लाइन से आधा मीटर पीछे था, तो अगली बार थोड़ा आगे से फेंक दूंगा।
थैंक यू।
चाहे महिला हो या एथलीट हो, दिमाग पे गोल्ड ही रहता है।
Thank you so much. Anurag ji, stay with me. Neeraj, thanks a lot. A big round of applause, please, for our Indian of the Year sports. I don't think it comes anything bigger than this.
Many congratulations, Neeraj Chopra.
Thank
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Neeraj Chopra. Now on to the special part of this evening, the Outstanding Achievement Award. Our effort here is to honor the journey and the career of a great sports person who has created new milestones and made the nation proud at many international platforms.
A person who exemplifies grace, humility, and fierce independence, an inspiration to millions of men and women across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, CNN News 18 Indian of the Year Outstanding Achievement Award.
From the day a 15-year-old Sania Mirza won a junior Wimbledon doubles title, she has been one of the most loved and followed Indian athletes globally. A player who has broken many barriers, putting India and Indian tennis on the world stage. Her ferocious forehand, her witty repartees, her clever t-shirts, all made Sania a one-of-a-kind global icon India had never seen before. A six-time Grand Slam winner, former doubles world #1, and the highest-ranked Indian female singles player at number 27. Sania's impact goes beyond tennis. She made it possible for young Indian girls to believe you can win against all odds. Her path-breaking career set the benchmark for others equally. Her retirement will leave a gaping void in Indian tennis. The CNN News 18 Indian of the Year 2022 Outstanding Achievement Award goes to Sania Mirza for her glorious career spanning over 2 decades.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Sania Mirza.
Sania, thanks a lot for coming today. And you're no stranger to awards, you're no stranger to trophies. You've been one of the most decorated Indian athletes, female athletes of all time. But today we are meeting on an occasion where we're not going to see very much of you on the court anymore. It must have been a bittersweet decision to announce your retirement, that too at the start of the year, which no athlete does.
Well, I think if you've followed my career, you know I don't do what most athletes do, so I have to be different. But the fact is that I think priorities change, and I wanted to make a comeback after my baby, who's almost 4 now, and I was able to do that. I was able to get back to the top of my game and top of tennis, and I feel it's time, and I feel that I have a few more months left in me, but it was a very, very difficult decision for any athlete. I am stopping myself from tearing up right now as well, but to see myself as a 16, 17, 18-year-old, it's been a very long journey. Started in 2003, so it's been 20 years, but I think it's time to move on, and it's time to pass that baton to somebody else.
Does it not scare you, life after tennis? You've done this since you were 5, 6 years old?
Yeah, 30 years of my life I've played tennis, but I think that that's the only thing I really know how to do. And for me, tennis will always remain in me. It has made me who I am. It has brought me where I am, and it's made me have such great relationships, including with yourself, and that is because of tennis, and I will always cherish that. But I think there's a time and place for everything, and it is a time to be proud of everything that I've been able to achieve, be proud of the story that I've had, and it's time to move on.
I can see, I think, some tears building up in your eyes.
Yeah, it is always emotional to say goodbye to something that is probably the dearest thing to me, and so it doesn't scare me so much. It does, I will miss winning, I will miss walking on the court, I will miss all that, but yeah, that's life, right?
Anuragji, I don't think there's been an Indian athlete since, you know, the likes of P.T. Usha and others, of course, that too in a sport like tennis, which was always considered an elitist sport, the impact that Sania has had, if you would like to share a few words on that.
Thank you.
Congratulations and thank you, Sania, for your contribution for Indian sports. It's not easy to survive for 2 decades and do well at the international level. It's because of your sheer dedication, determination, and discipline that you could achieve what you have achieved. And congratulations to you and thanks to you. And when we used to heard about Vijay Amritraj, to Linda Pace, to Mahesh Bhupati, but as far as the women's are concerned, to win 3 Grand Slams, mixed doubles and the women doubles, it's not an easy, I mean, none other such sports person from India has achieved, so it's only Sania Mirza. She's standing in front of you. और मैं उस समय की बात कर रहा हूँ 20 साल पहले की. आज भी लोग देश में केवल क्रिकेट की बात कुछ साल पहले तक करते थे और उस समय टेनिस खेलने के बारे में सोचना और एक महिला एथलीट होने के नाते उस समय सोचना और करके दिखाना और 20 वर्षों तक लगातार देश के लिए करके देना ये छोटी बात नहीं थी, बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है, उसके लिए आपको बहुत बधाई।
थैंक यू। अनुराग जी, आप तो क्रिकेट प्लेयर रहे हैं और क्रिकेट बफ हैं, बट आप टेनिस भी देखते थे और कोई सानिया मिर्जा का कोई मैच आपको याद हो?
टेनिस देखते बहुत थे, खेलने के लिए मत बोलना। आजकल मजबूरी होगी, किसी टीवी चैनल पे जाओ, कोई स्किपिंग करने के लिए कहता है, कोई पुशअप्स करने के लिए, सिटअप्स करने। अब तो ऐसा लगता है प्री क्वालिफिकेशन होगी देश के लिए स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर बनना कि आप फिट कितने हो। तो कम से कम ये करने के लिए मत बोलना, इसलिए डर के बोलते कि कुछ खेलते भी हैं कि नहीं।
I just wanted to mention for our viewers that of course Sania is going to be hanging her racket, but I think we're going to see you hopefully at the Australian Open for your one last Grand Slam swan song. You couldn't play the US Open because of injury. Is that happening?
Is there ever a right time to do it, right? I just met the head of our association a few days ago, the AITA Federation, and he was convincing me to play till next Asian Games. And I said, sir, mujhse nahi ho payega. And I literally was like, so he was like, nahi, bas September tak hai, September tak khelo. I said, sir, uske liye 1 saal ki mehnat lagti hai. It is not easy. I'm actually nursing an elbow injury right now, which I had just before the US Open, so I had to skip the US Open. So we'll see how that goes. Hopefully I will play in Australia this year. And then, call it.
Yes. सानिया ने 5 साल की उम्र में खेलना शुरू किया था, तो तब तक बेटा 5 साल का हो ही जाएगा, वो भी खेलना शुरू कर देगा।
Is that going to pick up tennis?
The funny part is, I just got a video from my mom, who's at home with him, and he went for his first tennis class today. So that happened just today. I was just showing the video. आज पहली बार वो गया, he didn't like it. He wanted to play cricket like any other boy. So, but I've like forced him कि नहीं एक दिन तो जाना है तुम्हें एक हफ्ते. So he has gone, and then he sent me a video saying, Mama, I had fun. So.
All right, I know that the minister has to leave, so I'll thank Anurag ji for making time in his busy schedule. This is, of course, very busy schedule, tight schedule in Himachal Pradesh, his home state also coming in. So even though I thank you, Anurag ji, Sania, please stay with me. But Anurag ji, thanks a lot for being with us.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for the Honorable Minister.
So, Sania, I couldn't let you go without having our audience also have an opportunity to pose maybe one question or two to you. Akansha, my colleague, is there. Akansha.
Hi, so we have Swapnil Kothari, who is a renowned lawyer. He's with us and he has a question for you.
Well, thanks, Akanksha. I think it's a pleasure being here on CNN. I've been several times on the panel. It's nice to see all of you, Atul Griha and Anushka and Shivani and everyone, and of course Zaka and Anand and Maria. It's my question to you, Sania, is that you were the first Indian woman to win the Grand Slam and be the world #1 in doubles. That's being a trailblazer for many time to come.
why hasn't the Indian tennis followed your success? And do you think your on-the-court values of dedication, commitment, and passion, if translated into off-the-court teachings, would perhaps transform the landscape of Indian tennis?
Thank you. That's a lawyer question. It's quite difficult, but I think there is no actual one solution to the question, because honestly, there's been so many young girls, especially, that have shown the dedication and the talent and the hard work, but many times it takes more than that. It takes a very large commitment over the years, not just from the athlete, but from the entire family. It also takes a system, you know, which we do lack to a large extent when it comes to tennis, because it is not a sport that is often played, and or it wasn't, at least when I started. So that is also a very big part of the reason that everything happens late. I mean, by the time we realize what we're supposed to do, we're already 13, 14, 15, which the things that we should be doing at 8. So, you know, it is a very, I started tennis when I was 6 and I was late. Most of my like colleagues have started at 4. And I thought 6 was early. So I'm saying we come from a different mindset, and I think that's when a system will help. So I think there is a bunch of reasons for that, definitely.
Sania does run her Sania Mirza Tennis Academy in
As well.
Hyderabad, and you are in a way giving it back. Even before you would retire, you've started this academy.
Actually, I started the academy 7 years ago, but the thing is, the reason I was not mentioning that, because that is not a guarantee for anything. The thing is that you can always help, you can, as an individual, I can do everything that I can, and I can give my experience and everything. But there also remains a lot that comes from within the family and the child. And I think that is something, 30 years ago, there were lesser distractions as well. We didn't have social media, we didn't have cell phones, we didn't have a lot of things that the kids today have. That's a very big part of it, where it requires even more discipline to achieve certain things.
Let's take one more question before.
One more question. I am joined in by Group Captain Devnath, who's from the Indian Air Force. He has a question for you, Sania.
Hello, Sania. Hello. Very simple question, innocent question for you. I was a fighter pilot, and I'm impressed by you. Being a lady, you selected a goal, an aim for you. You worked hard to you achieved it. From your life, just tell for all the younger generation, what should be their purpose in life, and how should they go about attaining it without any stress or strain?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So I think that belief is probably the first thing that you need, and I think the most important thing. I think if none of us, the athletes who have been able to achieve certain things for our country, would not happen without the belief, because if I listen to everybody around me, that if I was questioned whether I'll ever play tennis, if I'll ever play Wimbledon, what do you think? You'll be the first person to do this or that. If Neeraj would have listened to other people saying, but nobody has achieved gold in athletics, what makes you think you will do it? If you don't believe in yourself, nobody else will. And I think that is the most important thing. So I think that as an athlete, the belief needs to come from within, and that is the main ingredient in you becoming a champion, the mindset of a champion.
Absolutely. I think that is what all champions have in common, the mindset of a champion. Sania, I followed your career for a long time. We've been, friends through it. And the eternal question, what after Sania Mirza, is a question I've asked you many times. But that question makes me scared a little bit now that you've announced your retirement, and we don't know with your era, with Leander, Mahesh, Rohan. Obviously, Rohan is still going. Who's going to represent us in Grand Slams?
It is a little worrying, and I won't, but this is not a new question. This question I've been answering since I was 19 years old. I'm 30, almost 36 today, and we're still looking for that answer. So that also shows you that the gap that we have in terms of, why do we have it? That's a question we need to ask. Why do we have a champion in a global sport like tennis every 20 years? Why is there one Vijay Amritraj, and then one Leander Pace and Mahesh, and then one Sania Mirza? Why is it not like any other country where you have these
a ready crop of players?
Yeah, people coming out again and again, following in the footsteps of these champions? So I think that is a worrisome question, but hopefully we don't have to wait another 20 years to see that happen, and I hope that we are going to, at least through my academy, I know Rohan runs an academy, so we're trying to find that next person who can really, we can pass the baton to.
Thank you so much, Sania Mirza. Big round of applause for our Outstanding Achievement awardee, Sania Mirza. A career of 20 years, countless medals for India at the global stage, 6 Grand Slams, and of course, the world #1 in doubles. Thank you, Sania Mirza.
Many congratulations, Sania. Thank you. In a thriving young India, there's something more volatile and unpredictable than the stock markets. It's the Indian politics.
Well, this is the dynamic nature, and why so? It is because of the people. They want the change, they want something different, and that's what makes politics very, very dynamic.
Political, religious, social consciousness is evolving and more explicitly interlinked to each other than ever before. In such dynamic times, it's only an able, focused, and a determined leadership that can win the hearts of the masses.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting before you the contenders who are vying for the Indian of the Year in the category of politics.
And the nominees are... He created history in the elections in India's most prized and politically crucial state. After BJP's landslide victory, he became the first Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh to retain power in 37 years. Yogi Adityanath. He's the face of Aam Aadmi Party's emphatic win in Punjab, streamrolling traditional players like the Congress and Shiromani Akali Dal, and winning people's trust as Chief Minister, Bhagwant Mann. He led India's massive COVID-19 vaccination drive, which has crossed a historic 2 billion doses. He took over as Union Health Minister when the pandemic was raging and ensured the supply of essential medicines. Mansukh Mandaviya. He's the suave, urban face of Telangana Rashtra Samiti. As the state's IT and Commerce Minister, he hard sells Telangana on multiple global platforms and brings in billions of dollars in investments. K.T. Rama Rao. She has navigated the Indian economy through the pandemic and Russia-Ukraine conflict. As the country's first full-time woman finance minister, she has catapulted India to become the world's 5th largest economy. Nirmala Sitharaman.
I'd like to invite our managing editor, Zaka Jacob, back on the stage to make the announcement, please.
Does the audience have any favorites to win the Indian of the Year politics category? Can we have some names out of these 5 nominees? Any names? Can I hear a little louder, please? Is that the unanimous choice? All right. The winner of the Indian of the Year 2022 in the politics category is Yogi Adityanath. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are well aware, the state of UP is in mourning after the passing away of former Chief Minister Mulayam Singh Yadav. Therefore, Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister, could not come here in person, but he has sent us a recorded message.
मैं हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं CNN News 18 नेटवर्क को, जिन्होंने मुझे यह सम्मान दिया है। लेकिन सही मायने में इस सम्मान का सही हकदार हमारे नेता, देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय मोदी जी हैं, जिनके मार्गदर्शन और नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी नेतृत्व की सरकार 2/3 से अधिक बहुमत से फिर से प्रदेश में सरकार बनाने में सफल रही है। जनता जनार्दन के प्रति भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, जिन्होंने 5 वर्ष के अंदर हुए परिवर्तन और चल रहे उन सभी अभियानों में हमें अपना पूरा समर्थन दिया और अंततः चुनाव के दौरान भी सभी मिथकों को तोड़ते हुए प्रदेश के अंदर लगभग 37 वर्ष बाद किसी सरकार को रिपीट करने और 2/3 से अधिक वोट के साथ फिर से अपना आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी नेतृत्व की सरकार को फिर से यहाँ पे प्रदेश में सेवा का अवसर दिया है। मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा एक बार फिर से CNN न्यूज़ 18 नेटवर्क को, जो लोकतंत्र को मजबूत बनाने की मीडिया की भूमिका को ईमानदारी के साथ आगे बढ़ाने का कार्य कर रहा है। मेरी हार्दिक इच्छा थी कि इस अवसर पर मैं स्वयं उपस्थित हूं, लेकिन पिछले एक सप्ताह से आप सब देख रहे हैं अतिवृष्टि के कारण प्रदेश के अंदर अनेक जनपदों में व्यापक जनधन की हानि दिखाई दे रही है और उन सभी स्थलों का दौरा का कार्यक्रम होने के कारण मैं इस अवसर पर प्रत्यक्ष रूप से उपस्थित नहीं हो पा रहा हूं, लेकिन मैं इस बात के लिए हृदय से धन्यवाद दूंगा कि राज्य के अंदर चल रहे परिवर्तन और जनता जनार्दन के आशीर्वाद को CNN ने स्वीकारा और इसके लिए मेरा चयन किया। मैं इसके लिए हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं।
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for the Indian of the Year in the politics category, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath.
Thank you so much, Zaka. Thank you, Zaka, for doing the honors. And with that, we move on to another category. The dream of making India a startup hub found new energy and vigor under the able leadership of our Prime Minister, Narendra Modi. India has emerged as the third largest ecosystem for startups globally. The startup ecosystem has seen an exponential growth in the past few years, with a significant increase whether it's funding or the investors. The Indian unicorns are flourishing in the fast-paced and a dynamic economy of today's India.
In fact, these startups are not just developing innovative solutions and technologies, but are also gathering and generating a lot of jobs for many. Brand India celebrates itself with the startups that pave the way for indigenous growth and innovation. Here's a look at our next category, the CNN-News18 Indian of the Year Startup.
And the nominees are... This $13 billion company successfully disrupted the brick and mortar industry to become a one-stop site for beauty and personal care products. Its founder, Falguni Nair, is India's richest self-made woman. Nykaa. It's one of India's most unique unicorns and the country's first discount brokerage firm. Founded by Nitin and Nikhil Kamath in 2010, it hasn't raised a penny in funding and is one of the most profitable startups in India. Zerodha. It started out as a YouTube channel and turned into a revolutionary unicorn edtech startup. Its founder, Alak Pandey, a physics teacher from Prayagraj, uses shairi, memes and pop culture to make learning more accessible. Physics Wala. This startup offers more than 40 applications as a complete business operating solution. Its founders, Sridhar Vembu and Tony Thomas, developed the company without a dime of external investment and still kept it profitable. Zoho. This startup managed to hold its own in a year that saw excess in quick commerce. Its founder, Sri Harsha Majeti, built a new grocery delivery platform from scratch, even as his core food delivery business continues to grow. Swiggy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have amongst us our next guest of honor, Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal ji. A huge round of applause for the Honorable Minister. I also invite our Managing Editor, Anand Narasimhan, on stage along with the Honorable Minister.
Sir, I'm going to request you to please announce the winner for Indian of the Year 2022 Startups.
Zoho.
May I request Sridhar Vembuji of Zoho, big round of applause for him, please.
I also invite Chandra Srikanth, who's the Editor Technology and Startup of moneycontrol.com, on the stage.
So, please come. Okay, I'll come here. Aning Anganing, you stay here, please. Yeah. Piyush, Indian of the Year 2022, it's coming back after a 4-year hiatus. Thank you for being here, and you are presenting the award in a category which is perhaps going to be the growth engine for us. So, your thoughts?
Undoubtedly. In fact, looking at the nominees, must have been a very, very tough choice. But I'm indeed delighted you've chosen Sridhar, one of the finest entrepreneurs India has ever produced. And I can say this because not only has Sridhar earned a very big name for himself across the world in the startup space, but more importantly, after all his successes, he has chosen to come back to India, work in the villages in India, be amongst the Indian young boys and girls, empower them, skill them, train them, and bring all the technologies that is developed to become a social entrepreneur in the villages of Tamil Nadu across the country. Truly somebody all of us are proud of. Thank you very much for your service to the nation.
Thank you.
Sridhar, any opening remarks that you would like to share?
I am really very overwhelmed by this honor.
So you'll have to hold it a little closer.
And thank you, PhD, for such kind words. I want to dedicate this to our co-founders, our senior managers, all our employees. This company, I mean, I'm the face, but in reality, it is the company is built by our people, and I am, in all honesty, I cannot sit in a remote village and run this 11,000 people organization without that strong commitment people have. All my colleagues and all over the world. So that's why I'm here today, and I want to thank all of them. And I also believe that the journey for India has only barely started. We could produce hundreds of Zohos in our country. There is so much talent across our landscape. And Zoho itself, I often tell our employees, we should be 100 times bigger, given the potential of our nation. So that would be, realizing that would be our dream.
Would you agree that people like Sridhar Vembu and many others, and in fact all of our nominees, they're not just about valuation but also about a value system?
Undoubtedly, if you look at the India story on startups, it's barely a 6-year-old story. January 2016 is when we really launched the Startup India mission. And in this short span of time, we are now the world's 3rd largest startup ecosystem. Wherever I go across the world, I'm being wooed to bring the startups to come into their country, whether it's any of the Middle Eastern countries, Europe. In fact, recently all across Silicon Valley, it was an India show. Everybody I met there was talking about the possibilities in India. And the good part is, what do all of our dear startups do?
They look at our day-to-day lives, simple problems, and find an even simpler solution. And that's what innovation is all about. And in some sense, what the startups have done is helped us in ease of doing business, helped us in providing ease of living for the common citizen. They've certainly created value for their companies, for their employees, for their stakeholders, investors, and all those who are using that technology. But the fact is, with their work, they are adding to our day-to-day lives. They are adding value to our work, our experience as citizens of this country. And for Sridhar, I must say, more importantly, he was in the US, growing leaps and bounds. He chose to come back. Ghar Vapsi.
Sridhar, on a related note, what would, you're an original entrepreneur, an original thinker, as the minister highlighted. You chose the path that many people do not take. What would your message be for young entrepreneurs today? How can they develop the courage to not get taken in by accepted wisdom of venture capitalists or management gurus and follow an original path?
So in business, to me, business is a journey of conviction over time. You cannot get a conviction overnight. You have to develop them. You have to build on them slowly. But once you have some conviction, and my own conviction is that there is so much talent that is in India that we should be the most advanced nation in the planet. The brains, I mean, you see this in Silicon Valley, you see this in Seattle. Why shouldn't we build all this here? And that's the conviction. That's what I've been doing. And then we persist with it. Once you find a conviction, persist with it. So that is the only thing. I just want to add one more thing. This is my childhood dream to meet Kapil Dev, my childhood hero, the 83. So first time I met him, and I have to show it off to my brothers because we all used to worship him.
We'll ensure you get a picture.
Yeah.
On
Thank
that
you, sir.
Absolutely. With your kind permission, sir, may I request Kapilji to just come up and make it a lovely photo up for him. For Sridhar Vembuji,
give us an 83 moment all over again.
Quickly, sir.
Because it was their 1983 World Cup that inspired generations of boys.
We just get a lovely picture together. Sir, Abhi, please, together. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Shri Piyush Goyal, Sridhar Vembuji, and also Kapil Devji for being such a sport. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to the winner, and thank you so much,
Thank
the
you.
Honorable Minister, for being here.
Piyushji.
Well, as you already know, we have the legend, Mr. Kapil Dev, here with us. So once again, a very warm welcome. And to honor yet another outstanding achiever, can we please have Mr. Kapil Dev on the stage? So may I please invite you to the stage along with our managing editor, Zakir Jacob.
Sir, the last time you came to Indian of the Year, 2017-18 में आप आए थे, and the Indian of the Year at that time was Virat Kohli. And many say after Kapil Dev, then Sachin Tendulkar, then Virat Kohli. Now you're coming back to Indian of the Year, 4 saal baad, and you must have seen the nominees in sports. Neeraj यहाँ बैठे हैं, Sanya is here. There were no cricketers. It was just other sports. So as somebody who loves other sports, non-cricket sports, you must have felt good कि हर साल तो हम क्रिकेटर को अवार्ड देते हैं, but this time we've actually honored non-cricketing sports stars.
Namaskar, good evening. Yes, I really feel proud about that. Even though cricketer deserves some time, we should uplift the other sports. That's the way I feel. Because too much emphasis you've given on cricket. Even I played that game, I love that game. But I think it's important for the media to uplift the other sports also. That's the way I look at it. I'm not saying don't give it to cricketer, but I feel very proud when somebody has come out and win that, because our nation is changing towards the sports. It's not the cricket. I think all these people, they put more effort than what we do.
Sure.
But award, reward, they don't get it as much as they deserve it. So I feel very proud about Neeraj and Sania and so many other sports legends who are playing different sports, not cricket. I really feel proud about them.
All right, Kapil Baji, thank you so much. We're going to have the Outstanding Achievement Indian of the Year 2022. In a way, we are honoring Kapil Dev, and this is a big reveal on Indian of the Year 2022 Outstanding Achievement. We have an AV.
Singh stole the heart of Indians with a poignant portrayal of a sporting hero who changed the destiny of Bharat. Living, breathing and throbbing as Kapil Dev Nikhanj. We're here to win. The entire nation took an enthralling journey with Ranveer, who relived one of the proudest moments in the history of independent India. Ranveer as Kapil Dev is arguably India's finest cinematic portrayals ever. Nailing every aspect of the character, Ranveer delivered an experience that was very much a part of our collective consciousness over the past 40 years. For 165 minutes, Ranveer takes India on this once-in-a-lifetime ride that evokes a multitude of emotions. But above all, India thanks the actor for bringing to life an era that symbolizes India's global rise. The CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022 Outstanding Achievement goes to Ranveer Singh.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for the one and only Ranveer Singh for bringing to life the legendary Kapil Dev in '83. No one could have pulled this off.
Oh! How are we doing? Damn, it's good to be back. I love you too! Like so much! I really love Delhi. It's great to be back. Here is where I started my cinematic journey and I'm back here. Band Baja Barat se leke 83 tak. तालियां हो जाए? क्या बात है? क्या बात है?
Ranveer, let me ask you. You played many a role.
Sir, may I ask you one thing? I've always wanted to ask you this.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
May I?
Sure, sure.
आपकी इजाजत से.
Please.
आपकी इजाजत क्यों ले रहा हूँ? आप मेरे से बड़े मस्तीखोर आप हैं, इन लोगों को पता नहीं.
आप मेरे जैसे बात करो तो पूछ सकते हैं.
वो
अच्छा.
हाँ, you have.
See, I told you he's a bigger masttikhor than me. How your name Saka? What it mean?
It means blessed.
What
Thank
a beautiful
you.
name,
Thank
sir.
you for
It's
asking.
very unique. I don't know anybody else called Zaka, but I think it's got a great phonetic ring to it, sir.
Thank you.
I have a weird quirk about quirky names. क्या नाम है ना sir? Zaka, 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 Zaka. It's like literally
Ranveer, this is about you.
the filmiest name.
Filmiest name.
It's not about me, sir. It's about him.
Of course, of course.
I'm just here to celebrate him. I just did all of this to celebrate him and everything he did to make us proud. Look at this room, man, full of champions. Neeraj Chopra, Sania Mirza, Hartirat Singh, my God. Kapil Dev, we are in esteemed company. And I'm honored to be here. And I'm only too happy to be on this stage here today. Wah, पूछिए sir, पूछिए.
Sir, you've done many a role in the past. You've done Khilji, you've done Baji Rao. But Kapil Dev, everyone knows how he walks, how he talks. Matlab, his bowling action is so unique. Weren't you afraid कि लोग इसको देखेंगे और बोलेंगे ये तो बिल्कुल कपिल के जैसे नहीं है?
You know, it's funny. I was asked at the very beginning of my career if you were chosen to do a biopic, who would you do? And it stumbled out of my mouth. I said Kapil Dev, and I don't even know why.
Wow.
Later at night, I was like, why did I say Kapil Dev without even thinking? It was destiny. It's just a twist of fate. It had to happen. It was written in the stars, I think. I think maybe I wanted to play a legendary athlete, a cricketer. And I think I kind of look like him. You know?
Do they look like each other?
Kind of.
Do they?
Just
can we have a round of applause?
Just a little less handsome, just a tad bit less swagger, but I'm there and thereabouts.
You know what? We asked him the same question before he started shooting. This was, I think, 2018 or so. We have a small video clip. This was right after Padmavat released, and everybody was raving about how well you played Khilji. Let's play out that video. And this is what he said before even starting shooting about playing the role of Kapil Dev.
I think the most difficult challenge is just around the corner. January, I'm going to be training to bowl like Kapil Dev. Yeah, that's going to be hard. I must tell you this story, okay? I went to Lord's to watch the test match. It rained all day and there was not a single ball bowled. I was just sitting from morning to evening drinking Pims, hoping for one ball. So, in the box, Sachin Tendulkar happened to come and I was lucky enough to get some time with him, and I was telling him I'm doing this movie and I'm playing Kapil Dev, and he was like, and I was like, sir, I think, you know, I'm going to do all the homework and I'm going to get the look and the accent and everything, but I think the most difficult part will be the bowling. And he was like, oh, you are going to do the bowling yourself? And I said, yeah, sir. He was like, oh. He also thinks it's going to be damn tough. Every cricketer I've spoken to saying, bro, do you know what you signed up for? Getting Kapil Dev's action, which is probably the most unique bowling action, is going to be quite the task.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was in 2018, before even he started shooting. What I want to ask you is, did you meet Sachin Tendulkar after the movie?
I have not been able to compare notes, but I'll tell you another story. It's similar to this.
Okay.
After a particular match in the UK, I was hanging out with the boys, KL and Hardik and Ishant, and we were all hanging out, and I was in preparation for the film, and I had just not started my training yet, and I was telling them as well, okay, I'm going to bowl, like, sir. They were like, okay, come on, get up and show us. And I did what I knew at the time, and they were like, it's terrible. And you know, Hardik in his Hardik way, nahi, bilkul nahi chalega. And then they got up and they were showing me every nuance because it's so iconic.
Yeah.
And I remember when we started the process, our trainer, who I have to credit with this performance, who put his heart and soul into our film and was really a beacon and a touchstone for me throughout the process, Mr. Balwinder Singh Sandhu, who played the 83 final, brought us glory, Kapil Pa's favorite, Ballu Pa. He told me that तू जब run up लेके आता है ना, ऐसे लगता है पहलवान आ रहा है कपिल की bowling करने. तो पहले तो you have to go and change your physicality. So he sent me to kind of drop all the mass that I had gained for Simba.
Yeah.
And then we started making some headway. When my physicality started matching his lankiness, that's when we started making headway. Let me tell you, मेरी कमर टूट गई यार वे ऐसे bowling करते करते.
I will deny that. He stayed with me for 10, 12 days, and a couple of days we went to the practice. And first time I realized and respect for the film industry increased. It's not he played my role. We practiced. He bowled continuously 4 hours. And I was keep on telling everybody, यार जुलाई में बॉल कर रहा है, पसीना आके गिर जाएगा, ये एथलीट नहीं है. But he continuously bowling for 4 hours. Batting I can understand. Anybody can bat for 4 hours. I said, यार he doesn't have that muscle. आधे में पिक्चर रह जाएगी जब अब कर रहा है, तो he should, you know, take a break. आजकल तो बॉलर 4 ओवर से ज्यादा करने नहीं देते हैं. He must have bowled 150 balls in that same every time. Evening we come back, he said, ठीक था. I said, Baba, बहुत ठीक था, बस कर. I still remember because, you know, the amount of hard work he's put. And इसका खाना सुबह खाता था, एक बार उसके बाद 16 घंटे खाना नहीं खाता था. बलविंदर सिंह संधू इसको बोला नहीं, you have to reduce. उससे पहले ये, I think that
Police. Aya police.
He was like this big, and I must say that it's not he done my role, but all the players. I mean, that Ravi Shastri acting who did, he's a right-hand bowler and he bowled left arm like Ravi Shastri. The amount of work they done together, hats off to them, and the most credit goes to Kabir Khan.
Yeah, absolutely.
I must
absolutely.
say that. Hats off to him.
Absolutely. The director, Kabir Khan. In fact, mentioning Kabir Khan, you know, so I watched the movie in Delhi in a theater at the height of the Omicron wave. It was a full house. And it is the only second movie that I have watched where after the movie, people stood up and clapped for 10 minutes. Wow. 10 minutes till the entire credit rolls got over. The only other previous movie that I've seen in a Delhi theater where people did the same thing was Chak De India. Wow. That was 15 years ago. So, let me ask you, you have to do the accent. You have to do the accent because, you know, physicality hai, bowling action theek hai, but the accent. How did you master that?
There are a couple of things. We actually shot the film and it released much later. When I watched it after leaving a gap, there were a couple of nuances that even I was astonished. I was like, when did I pick up on that, you know? Because spending time with him, what actually happened in terms of the character development, this was a two-pronged process. Yeah. One was learning the cricket, and the other was actually the persona. So I first felt that everybody knows, like you said, how he walks, how he talks. He's an iconic figure. Yeah. So how are you going to do it? Through studying perhaps video footage. So I asked the AD team, the assistant directors, to fill my iPad up with footage, and there were like 4 files. I was like, ये क्या है sir? 83 का video footage इतना ही है. So I said, Kabir sir, ये तो नहीं चलेगा. How am I going to be able to do it with just this much?
Learn with this, yeah.
I said, let's go and stay with him. Let's go and shadow him. I said, this is the only way it's going to happen. So I went to his house, and I was accepted into the home like a son. Sir would go to work, I'd go to play cricket, and the evenings from like 7 to 10, we'd just sit and listen to his stories, and he's a great storyteller. And
not at all.
And I just videograph him and take notes and observe. So when I saw those two things, and I'll tell you the 2 instances. One was that dance, the celebratory dance. He has a very unique way of dancing. And if you tell him a joke, he has a very unique way of laughing. So these 2 nuances, when I saw on screen, I was like, ye kab seekh liya maine? I was astonished with a couple of things in there myself.
Can you do the dance, the celebratory dance?
That line, of course, came in the trailer, and that I think I'm very grateful that, you know, it's become a famous line. It's almost one of those, you know, famous dialogues now. Which one? You know it.
Yeah.
You say it, yaar.
You have to
bol diya.
You have to say it.
मैंने सारी उम्र बोला है, अब आपका टाइम है.
We here to win. What journalist कैसे बोलते हैं sir? To win the World Cup, what as we here for? एटीट्यूड देखो बंदे का, बैठा है प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में, कह रहा जीतेंगे और जीत के दिखाया. We only wanted to make you proud, sir. It was we weren't thinking, आओ यार बड़ी blockbuster बनाते हैं, critical acclaim लूटते हैं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं था. The only thing on our mind, me, Kabir, and the entire team, was that when the players see their film, they should feel proud, and we should celebrate their achievement. That was the only thing we wanted. I hope you're proud, sir.
And what a tremendous feeling it was for all of us watching the movie. You literally became Kapil Dev for 2 hours on screen. Thank you very much.
It was the best, one of the best, most fulfilling moments of my life. I must tell you, the night of the grand premiere in Mumbai, all of them were sitting together in one screen, watching the retelling of their glorious achievement on celluloid. I was watching their faces when they were watching the film, and the kind of emotions that they were going through, laughing, crying, clapping, holding back their tears, and the moments that we shared together after that, that's a lifetime memory for me. It's what I live for, and I'm only too grateful.
All right. Okay. Before we go to the final award, the marquee award, the Indian of the Year 2022, I want to get an audience poll. I have our colleagues here. Anand is there. Who does the audience think deserves to be the Indian of the Year 2022?
Zaka, you are there with the heroes there. I'm here with the LLBs, the lords and ladies of the last benches. So that's where I am. So we're going to ask you here. Who do you think will be the Indian of the Year 2022? Jor se! Neeraj Chopra.
We can't hear you here.
How many
Up
for
front.
How many for Neeraj Chopra? Neeraj Chopra, how many? Are louder!
All right, let's.
Who else? Anybody else? Who else?
Any other names?
Any Chopra, no doubt. No other name? Neeraj Chopra. Sridhar Vembu. Zoho. Only for Zoho. Okay, one vote for Zoho, so many votes for Neeraj Chopra. It's just there.
All right, let's call for the envelope, please, for the final award of the night. And I request both Kapil Paji and Ranveer to do the honors, please. To you. Sir, please.
And the marquee award, CNN-News18 Indian of the Year 2022. Ladies and gentlemen.
Goes to Ranveer. Neeraj Chopra.
Chopra!
I'll hold that for you. Please award Neeraj Chopra the Indian of the Year 2022, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have a loud round of applause, please? I'd like to ask a couple of questions, please, Neeraj, Ranveer, Kapil Paji. Neeraj, आप भी हरियाणा से हैं, कपिल पाजी भी हरियाणा से हैं. All of us who grew up in the 80s, 90s, we all wanted to become like Kapil Paji because he was the Haryana hurricane. कुछ है हरियाणा के, क्या मिट्टी में है, उसके दूध में है, क्या है ये?
सबसे पहले थैंक यू सर इस ऑनर के लिए. सबसे पहले मैं सर को ही बोलना चाहूंगा.
ना बार बार ये हरियाणा की बात करे, हरियाणा में बात कर दे, देखी जाएगी. कोई समझे या ना समझे, तू बोल डाल. ठीक है, चलो आप करो जी. हाँ, तू कैसा लगा कि ठीक है सब कुछ?
जमा बढ़िया जी, सब कुछ जमा एक नंबर चल रहा. मेरे हिसाब से जी नहीं, देखो अच्छी बात है, स्पोर्ट्स का एक कल्चर बना हुआ हरियाणा में, क्योंकि आप सुबह उठ के 4 बजे सड़क पे जाओगे तो चाहे स्टेडियम भी नहीं है बच्चों के पास, लेकिन 4 बजे आपको वो रेस लगाते हुए मिलेंगे. उनके पास जूते नहीं है, फिर भी नंगे पैर वो रेस लगाते हैं. तो वो एक जुनून है. मुझे लगता है कि वो जुनून धीरे धीरे पूरी कंट्री में आए और फैसिलिटी और बढ़े तो हमारा स्पोर्ट्स में हम वर्ल्ड में नाम कर सकते हैं.
एक सवाल मैं आपसे जरूर पूछना चाहता हूं. द फर्स्ट इंडियन एथलीट जिन्होंने एथलेटिक्स में गोल्ड जीता है, We had to wait, as Anurag ji said, 120 साल हो गए Olympics के होते हुए, and first Indian to win an athletic gold. जब आप podium पे खड़े थे, and the national flag was going up, national anthem पूरे stadium में गूंज रहा था, and आपका चेहरा big screen पे आ रहा था, आपके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा था? We know what a billion Indians were feeling at that time, but what were you feeling?
सर बहुत कुछ चल रहा, लेकिन सबसे जो जरूरी बात मुझे याद है, सबसे जो अभी मेरे दिमाग में आ रहा है, जब हमारा नेशनल एंथम चला तो सर ये अभी भी रोंगटे खड़े हो रहे थे वहां पे। तो मतलब वो उससे बड़ी फीलिंग कुछ नहीं थी। मतलब ऐसा लगता है कि जितनी भी आज तक मेहनत करी है, इंजरीज हुई हैं, जो भी हुआ है, वो उस टाइम भूल गए थे हम पूरी। और मुझे लगता था कि शायद से एक ऐसा काम हुआ है कि मैं, क्योंकि बहुत एथलीट्स इमोशनल होते हैं, मुझे लगता है कि मैं भी रोऊंगा पोडियम पे खड़ा होके, पर वैसा नहीं हुआ, मैं रोया नहीं। तो लगता है मुझे कि और भी कुछ करूंगा आगे सर, पूरी मेहनत करेंगे।
जी बिल्कुल करेंगे। You'll get more goals, more glory for India. Many, many congratulations. Ranveer. Sorry. No,
सही टाइम पे माइक बंद हो गया।
हेलो हेलो हेलो। और नीरज भाई, अच्छा नीरज भाई की एक्टिंग देखी आपने एड्स में? देखी होगी, देखी है ना? वो गाना इतना सही है ना, जैवलिन मेरी आंखों में, जैवलिन मेरी बाहों में। आप एक्टिंग बहुत बढ़िया करते हो, बहुत हंसे हम। वो आपका वो क्रेड का एड था,
हाँ जी,
जबरदस्त।
सर का भी तो कितना अच्छा था।
मुझे तो लगता है नीरज के बायोपिक में नीरज ही एक्टिंग करेगा।
नहीं सर,
नीरज चोपड़ा इन एन एज नीरज चोपड़ा।
नहीं वो
नीरज भाई, इतने यंगस्टर्स आपको देख रहे हैं, दे लुक अप टू यू, उनको भी आपकी तरह चैंपियन बनना है, वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बनना है, उनको क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
बस मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा,
वो एक सवाल कर रहे हैं, कैसे बने आपके जैसे चैंपियन?
बस मुझे लगता है कि जब कई बार कई लोगों को या कई मतलब किसी को भी आप पे विश्वास नहीं होता, तो आपको खुद पे विश्वास करके वो जो मेहनत उस काम के लिए करनी होती है, उस पे 100% अपना लगाना पड़ता है। तो आप करके दिखाओगे तो फिर सभी आपका मिसाल देंगे।
I think there are one or two audience questions as well for Neeraj.
नीरज, आप मेरे लिए प्रेरणा है, सबके लिए। प्रश्न यह है, आप हमेशा कहते आए कि मेरा युद्ध केवल स्वयं से है, किसी और से नहीं, और ये युद्ध आप जीते आए हैं और जीते रहेंगे। क्या आप जो दूसरे स्वर्ण पदक जीतने वाले हैं हमारे अभिनव बिंद्रा जी, उनकी तरह एक सन्नाटे में तपस्या करते हैं?
नहीं सर, तपस्या तो नहीं करता, पर मुझे लगता है कि स्टेडियम में इतनी मेहनत करना ही सबसे बड़ी तपस्या है, क्योंकि दिन में 8 घंटे या 10 घंटे मेहनत करते हैं, तो वो सबसे बड़ी तपस्या वही है। और उसके बाद भी जब हम कमरे में भी होते हैं या बैठे होते हैं कहीं पे, तब भी हमारे माइंड में, अभी भी मेरे माइंड में ही चल रहा है कि कैसे ट्रेनिंग करनी है, क्या ट्रेनिंग होगी, तो यही माइंड में चलता रहता हमारे जी।
All right. One more audience question, yes.
My question is from Neeraj as well as Kapil भाई। 138 करोड़ की भारत की जनसंख्या है। ऐसा क्यों नहीं है कि हमारे पास 138 कपिल देव और 138 नीरज चोपड़ा हैं? कपिल हमारे हीरो रहे हैं 83 में, नीरज आज हमारे हीरो हैं, बट उतने स्पोर्ट्समैन जो ग्लोबल लेवल के हैं हम क्यों नहीं पैदा कर पा रहे? सेकंड हाईएस्ट पॉपुलेशन है दुनिया में। तो मैं कपिल भाई से और नीरज से पूछना चाहूंगा, ऐसा क्यों नहीं होता कि ओलंपिक्स में सेकंड हाईएस्ट मेडल हमें मिले और एशियन गेम्स में भी सेकंड हाईएस्ट मेडल हमें मिले, और ये होगा तो कब होगा?
हेलो। जिस दिन माँ बाप सोचेंगे कि इनको डॉक्टर इंजीनियर नहीं बनाना, उस दिन स्पोर्ट्समैन बन जाएंगे। दुनिया में अगर हम 130 करोड़ लोग हैं, तो हमारे जितने डॉक्टर इंजीनियर साइंटिस्ट दुनिया में नहीं है। अगर गोल्ड मेडल उसका होता तो हमें मिलता। वो इसलिए कि हमारे माँ बाप ये चाहते हैं कि बेटा हमारा डॉक्टर इंजीनियर साइंटिस्ट बन जाए। अब जाकर तब्दीली आई है कि कह रहे हैं कि अगर नहीं पढ़ सकते तो कुछ खेल लो। ये तब्दीली है। इसका रिजल्ट 20 साल के बाद आएगा, आज नहीं आएगा। अभी भी हमारे माँ बाप, चाहे मैं अपने आप से बात करूं, अगर मेरे बच्चे के 10th के एग्जाम है और इंडिया जूनियर खेलना है, हम नहीं कहेंगे इंडिया जूनियर खेल, 10th के एग्जाम दे। जिस दिन वो माइंड सेट चेंज हो गया हमारा हिंदुस्तान का कि 10th के एग्जाम नेक्स्ट ईयर दे देना, इस बार जाकर जूनियर इंडिया खेलो, तब्दीली आ जाएगी।
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause? Before we go, before we wrap up, there is a big surprise which Ranveer, this is by audience demand. So you can, audience ko aap inkar nahi kar sakte hain. They are the public who paid to watch. So this is the audience demand. Aap hi bata dijiye.
क्या मुझे नहीं पता आप क्या
Okay. All right. The audience demand is they want to see Ranveer Singh teach Neeraj Chopra how to dance. Right here on Indian of the Year 2022. Do you want to see that? Do you want to see Ranveer Singh shaking a leg with Neeraj Chopra?
किसी को ज्वाइन करने के लिए बुला लो, अकेला मैं फंस जाऊंगा यहाँ पे।
नहीं रणवीर अच्छा सिखाते हैं।
सानिया जी बोले नो नॉट मी, नो नॉट मी, नो। अच्छा नो, हर तीरे पाजी आप ही आ जाओ। नहीं, तू और मैं ही बचे काके।
सर करेंगे हमारे साथ।
हाँ सर करेंगे।
तीनों लोग
कंपनी देनी है डांस का।
डांस या
मेन डांसर तो ये है, हम तो इनके बैकअप डांसर हैं।
पागल, हमें स्पोर्ट्समैन को बोला है, माँ बाप ने भी बोला है, बेटा ये गलती मत करना, ये इनके लिए छोड़ दो, हम खेलते हुए अच्छे लगते हैं।
जाका जी फंसा रखा है आपने। चलिए प्ले कीजिए।
सर स्टेडियम में करोड़ों आदमी बैठे हो, हम कुछ भी कर देंगे। डांस का काम है।
Let's bring the trophies back and let's have a, may I invite all the winners of Indian of the Year in the various categories to please come up on stage. No, please, please. You're our biggest winner. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause? Neeraj Chopra, Indian of the Year 2022. Ranveer Singh, Indian of the Year. Outstanding achievement. May I request everyone to please kindly be on stage. I'll request the other winners. Sridhar was here, Sridhar Vembu. We can get the other winners to please come up on stage. Marimuthu Yoganathan, the winner in the Climate Warrior category. Let me also request Dr. Shankare Gowda, the winner of the Social Change category. Please come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the winners of the Indian of the Year 2022. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? This is our grand finale, the climax of the 2022 Indian of the Year Awards. Come on, standing ovation. That's the least these guys deserve. A standing ovation for Ranveer Singh, Marimuthu Yoganathan, Sania Mirza, Neeraj Chopra, and Dr. Shankare Gowda.
With that, we have come to the very end of this wonderful evening. You've been a great audience. Thank you so much for being a part of this great, great endeavor by CNN News 18. Thank you so much for making this evening very, very special one for us.
And I'd once again like to thank our sponsors, RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, co-presenting partner Reliance Industries Limited, associate partners Policy Bazaar and Canara Bank, Signature Global. What a wonderful evening this has been. Thank you so much to all of you for being a part of it. And I hope to see you all again next year. Thank you.